right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. I'm going to call this meeting of TRPA's Advisory Planning Commission to order. Today is Wednesday, February 12th, 2025. It is 9:32. Thanks all for being here. Good to see you all. It's our first meeting of 2025. And the first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine our quorum. I'll go to Tracy for that.
Mr. Olling,
Present.
Ms. Carr,
I'm here, thank you.
Mr. Drake,
Present.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Present.
Mr. Ferry,
Present.
Ms. Ferris,
Here.
Mr. Hill, Ms. Jacobson,
Here.
Mr. Judge, Mr. McNamara,
Present.
Ms. Maroulis O'Neill,
Here.
Ms. Saiba,
Here.
Ms. Stala,
Here.
Chief Stephen,
Here.
Mr. Teixeira,
Morning.
Mr. Hitchcock,
Here.
Chairman Smokey, Mr. Young. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Tracy. I'm going to ask Mr. Ehrlich just to introduce himself to all of us. He is our new lay representative from the city. So you want to just say a brief word, Robert? Turn your gentleman or person on there.
Okay, I'm Robert Ehrlich. I've worked for several of the agencies in the basin, including TRPA, but that was 35 years ago or so. Yeah. I do too. I mostly was a hydrologist, did some planning, did a lot of work on the IPES program when I was at TRPA. And then I worked for Tahoe Conservancy, Lahontan, and my last job was with stormwater coordinator at the city. And I've been retired, wow, a dozen years or so now. Thank you.
Quite a storied past. Thank you. We are truly happy to have you here. You're going to give us a good insight. So thank you for that. Okay, and I'm going to go back to Tracy now to briefly go over the remote meeting rules for the day.
I wish it was brief. For members of the public, to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov. Under the calendar header, click on Advisory Planning Commission Meeting, Hybrid Meeting for February 12, 2025. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address APC members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the APC. If you've used dial-in numbers to join us by phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as informational only, we'll hear public comment during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. For items agendized for action or possible action, we'll hear public comment before the APC takes any action. To remote APC members, if you wish to speak, you can also raise your hand in Zoom. You'll find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote APC members may not use the chat box to make any comments or have sidebar conversations. Please, everyone, remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. And remote members, if you're able, please turn on your cameras.
Thank you, Tracy. Maybe we can try to shorten that up someday. Everyone knows how to use Zoom now. Just guessing. Okay. Thank you, Tracy. So item 2 is approval of our agenda. Any changes to the agenda, staff?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I did want to ask you before we start the planning matters and before we start the public hearings, if I could introduce those. Thanks.
Absolutely. I'll go to you first. Thanks, John. So I will deem the agenda approved as it was posted for the record. And I'm going to move us on to public interest comments. Tracy just did the remote meeting rules for the day. So this item 3 is for members of the public. We'll go to members in the room first and second to members on Zoom. This is for any member of the public that wishes to address the APC on non-agenda items. We are prohibited from taking action on these items, but you're more than happy to provide a public interest comment to us, and you have 3 minutes each to go ahead and do that. So come on up to the podium, turn the microphone on, and introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. First, I'd like to ask the people sitting here today to make sure when you're speaking, I know who you are, but often people in the audience and online do not. So, and I'm going to ask the governing board to do the same thing. I think you need to say who you are when you're speaking so people understand where the comments are coming from. Now I'll launch into my comment. Yesterday, a letter was sent to the TRPA entitled Urgent Concern, Failure to Produce a Tahoe Basin Wildfire Evacuation. 5 of the Lake Tahoe conservation groups got together and have been, and I'm not part of any of that. The letter came out, it was a surprise to me as well. They talk about at this time, Lake Tahoe Basin and major projects are at various stages of review. We remain deeply troubled that the TRPA continues to fail to produce a comprehensive roadway by roadway wildfire evacuation capacity timing analysis. I won't read any more of that. Additionally, another comment that I read yesterday said pending litigation on the existing area plan, Placer County has already approved in the basin, which is currently the subject of an ongoing litigation. My question here is, do these 2 items directly affect the Douglas County area plan you'll be hearing before the Placer County area plan when taking action? I just confused if you approve something in the Douglas County area plan, but the Placer County area plan is exempt from the same thing that's going in. Does it make sense? So I guess I just have a little confusion there. And I know you're not supposed to answer, but I needed to throw those questions out for me. And my next question is, the compact is mute on housing. Why is TRP investing so much extraordinary time while some of the environmental thresholds and the resources in your staffing could be put to better use on analyzing those thresholds? Thank you.
Thanks, Ellie. We'll try to get an answer to your Douglas County, Placer County question when we talk about those items. Good morning.
Morning. Am I on here now? Put in? Yep. John Gurner. I'm a resident of Lower Kingsbury here. You know, I'm just making a bit of a statement as to the, you know, we've got a bit of a disaster and oversight from Douglas County and from TRPA on the project right outside. You know, there, you know.
Is this on an agenda item?
No, it's not an agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Barton's basically given you guys the bird at TRPA that they're, you know, and refused to install effective BMPs, and TRPA had to issue a cease and desist. The TRPA has overlooked that issue since September the 19th, which was the first event. It was clear flooding, sediment filled water everywhere in our neighborhood. You know, and the comments we get from Jeff Cowan, November 20, TRPA staff is aware that a limited amount of stormwater has left the site during wet conditions this year. Come on, dude, there's pictures of sediment filled water and flooding inches deep going down off the site. Douglas County staff, Tom Dallaire, 3rd of December. The site BMPs are not failing in my opinion and appears to be in good working order. So it's kind of odd that we end up with a cease and desist to follow here in early January. Why are both these organisations ignoring the facts and misinforming the public as to what's going on? We have another issue as well. Both Douglas County and TRPA were advised that there's a fence 8 feet on the public domain, right on the walkway there. It's a bike path. Everyone goes in and out of there. Okay. They're advised of this. They look the other way. Nothing's done. Now we get to the stage that, you know, meanwhile, the BMPs are failing and the swaddles, which were just laying on the ground, on the actual footpath, wash out in the footpath. Okay. Executive management at Barton calls the sheriff, wow, disaster. Someone's tampering with my BMPs. You know, they need an excuse. They need someone to blame. Okay. You guys, the sheriff comes around, can't find anything, knocks on doors, asking for people's videos. You know, seriously, do you think someone's moving a swaddle that is not even attached to the ground and wrecking it, and that's allowing the BMPs? Then, so the neighbours are now concerned, and it seems like everyone's refusing to do anything. Both Barton and RO Engineering know that they did a plan to TRPA and issued TRPA incorrectly issued a permit for them to put the fence right on the public, 8 feet into the public domain. Nothing was done about it since September. We've been telling them we'd like it off the footpath. So now we've got the Barton executive team pushing us, pushing the neighbourhood, trying to blame it on us, sending the sheriff, waste of Douglas County resources, to try and work out and fix their failed BMPs, they need someone to blame in the press. And we're feeding to it. We've asked as neighbours, move the fence, prevent the problem. Both Douglas County says, oh, we're going to give them a permit 6 months after it. We're going to take control of it. TRPA is just standing there watching. You know, your permit has them putting it on that on the public walkway, and never did you have it removed. You know, now everyone knows about the problem. Barton has the ability to move it. They need to move it. We don't need the police in our neighbourhood knocking on doors, coming past, stopping outside my house, trying to work out, is this the house I'm looking for? Is that an unnecessary waste of our resources? You know, I'd ask you to drive around the site today and see what Barton has turned our neighbourhood into. They promote themselves as being the good neighbour. The fence looks like tattered and looks like it's a derelict property. So please, if you guys, when you're in your organisations and whatever else, please get this addressed and act together, because Douglas County's blaming TRPA for the fence being put there. And they're now going to act retroactively and give them a special permit to allow them to encroach. Thanks, guys. Please have a look at the site. See if you'd like that next to your house.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room want to make a public comment? Seeing none, I'll go to you, Catherine, for any online participants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one hand raised online. Doug Flaherty, please unmute to make your comment.
Yeah, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. First of all, I'm stunned. I guess TRPA is turning us into a police state. You know, I'm thinking we might be living in Russia or something, with the law enforcement people approaching our citizens like this and threatening them. Maybe not threatening them, you know, verbally, but certainly appears the ominous threat of officers showing up asking for videos. Anyway, as our agenda item 3, written public comment states, on behalf of 5 Tahoe conservation groups, we have submitted an urgent letter to the TRPA governing board in connection with the lack of a roadway by roadway wildfire evacuation capacity timing analysis. By failing to continue to provide a comprehensive roadway by roadway wildfire evacuation analysis, the TRPA remains incredibly naive or misinformed to believe the outcome of a fast-moving wildfire under common Tahoe Basin red flag and slope conditions will be any different from Paradise, Lahaina, or the Los Angeles fires, and will most likely be predictably worse due to Tahoe Basin's diminished roadway capacity and almost certain firebrand storms igniting anything combustible 1 to 3 miles ahead of the main fire, causing numerous spot fires. The letter emailed to the TRPA yesterday requests that the TRPA immediately but temporarily suspend all current and future TRPA area plan amendment approvals and major projects until a comprehensive Lake Tahoe Basin evacuation analysis is completed by TRPA and made part of the area plan and major project review process, or immediately but temporarily suspend all current and future TRPA area plan amendment approvals and major projects until a comprehensive Lake Tahoe Basin evacuation analysis is completed by each TRPA area plan partner agency and made part of their individual plans and major project application environmental review processes. And additionally, in addition to the temporary actions mentioned above, which I just mentioned, sponsor an expedited TRPA regional plan amendment to require area plan holders and major projects complete a comprehensive wildfire evacuation analysis that must be part of the TRPA area plan and major project application and environmental review process, and require an update to the analysis to include the best available data every 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Chair, we have no other hands raised to comment.
All right, thanks, Catherine. Thank you all. I'm going to move us on to item 4, disposition of minutes. We do have an incredible draft set of minutes from our December 11th marathon meeting, 2024. That's on page 5 of your packets. That was the Homewood item. Tracy, thank you so much. Very well done. Any questions or comments from APC members on the minutes? Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Steve DeShera. So yes, excellent job, Tracy. I would just point out that Chief Stephen, his last name is misspelled on page 66 of the minutes. It should be Stephen. And there's a couple of punctuation items, but I suspect that's probably not a human beings to. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
I'm happy to move the minutes as amended unless anybody else has comments.
Any other comments? Any members online? I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
I'll second. All right. So we have a motion from Steve, second from Garth. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition or abstentions? None. We're good, unanimous. Good job, Tracy. Hopefully you had to ice your hands after those. Okay, item 5, let's get into some of the meat of our agenda. We have a really cool project to talk about. Item 5A is an informational presentation on the Mountain to Marina Green Infrastructure Project. Information can be found on page 81 of your packet. And I believe I'm going to Mr. Hester first to introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. If you think about the whole agenda today, this Mountain to Marina project is a model of what we're trying to do when we're retrofitting existing areas with stormwater infrastructure. And the reason I say it, look at the whole agenda, is because that is one of the provisions of the housing amendments that are in items 6B and C. So the idea there is if we can get retrofit areas with stormwater infrastructure like Ms. Navarro is going to present in different parts of the basin where we have more urban-like development, we can actually not have to use our coverage limitations, but get in stormwater infrastructure that should give us at least the same or better water quality and also free up land for more housing. So I just want to point out that synergy between this information item and item 6B and C so that you see the idea being put to practice before we actually vote on those amendments, which we don't always get the opportunity to do, but we just thought this would be a great opportunity. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Navarro.
Good morning. Thank you, John. All right, my name's Shay Navarro. I'm TRPA's Watersheds and Water Quality Program Manager, and I'm going to be presenting on the Ski Run Mountain to Marina Green Infrastructure Planning Project. As Brendan mentioned, this is an information item only. No action is required by APC, but we wanted to present on this watershed scale conceptual planning and area-wide treatment project for this watershed. And we've currently released the draft conceptual plan. So are looking for feedback from the APC as well. Next slide. So this has been a collaborative process to develop this plan. We have a mix of public and private entities on the core project team. The Forest Service is our project funder using funds from the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. TRPA, we are the lead agency on the project. We're also providing technical assistance to the public with the funding. Tahoe RCD is involved for stormwater modeling of the proposal, as well as development of special use permits to facilitate maintenance. And I believe Andrea Buxton is online, should there be any questions on that. The City of South Lake Tahoe is the local jurisdiction in which this watershed falls and are responsible for meeting TMDL requirements. They're also working on a project that falls within this larger watershed called Bijou Park Creek, which is really looking at runoff and restoration of SEZ, but runoff from the right-of-way, whereas this project is more focused on runoff from private properties. We also have Vail Resort. They operate Heavenly and are looking to maintain facilities that treat runoff from their property on Forest Service land. And then lastly, we have the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District Design Workshop and Wildscape Engineering. This is our consultant team and are really behind developing the conceptual planning materials, doing the stakeholder outreach process, and our preliminary environmental review. Next slide. So this is a multiple benefit project that really looks at assessing the watershed in its entirety. We want to take a watershed scale approach to really evaluate the neighborhood and develop a conceptual plan that identifies opportunities and constraints to provide regional stormwater treatment that can improve water quality and reduce soil erosion. Other priorities from the Forest Service and the funding is to look at enhancing year-round recreation access on public lands, active transportation elements and safe routes to schools, road shoulder parking, enhancing wildlife habitat, as well as making sure that we support efforts to control aquatic weeds at the Ski Run Marina. And then lastly, climate resiliency. This isn't just in response to there being, greater fluctuation of extreme events in Tahoe with climate change, with wetter wet years and drier years in terms of stormwater infrastructure being able to handle those extreme fluctuations, but also looking at opportunities to underground power lines to help reduce the threat of wildfire. Next slide. So when we talk about green infrastructure, what we're really talking about is systems that use soil and vegetation to filter stormwater and let it infiltrate into the ground and join the groundwater, which then flows out to the lake. And the thing that's important is, this is a requirement for all developed properties. You have to capture and infiltrate the equivalent of the 20-year 1-hour storm. But green infrastructure, when used in the right-of-way or in other public areas, can often be integrated to provide other community benefits, which we will talk about more moving forward. Next slide. So there are specific code sections that apply to this project, specifically from the water quality area plans and land coverage chapters. The first deals with allowance for alternative BMPs when there's special circumstances that inhibit an area's ability to meet TRPA's infiltration standard, that 20-year 1-hour storm that I just talked about. And it allows you to develop what are called area-wide or regional treatment programs as an alternative. And then with the 2012 regional plan, the area plan chapter of the code expanded that provision to apply to any area, not just areas where there are special circumstances limiting infiltration, but it could be used in any area as long as you meet the requirements of the code, one of which is demonstrating greater or equal water quality benefit to parcel-specific BMP requirements. And then lastly, we have the land coverage chapters, sections for affordable, moderate, and achievable housing provisions that require stormwater collection and treatment systems that adhere to the requirements of the Lake Clarity Crediting Program and the TMDL. Next slide. So to evaluate this greater or equal water quality benefit, we employed the pollutant load reduction model. This is an urban stormwater model designed to assist users in selecting and justifying stormwater projects by comparing the pollutant load reductions of different systems and alternatives. And this model is it's a customized model specific for the Tahoe Basin. It's required to be used when registering catchments for meeting the total maximum daily load or TMDL requirements. And it's based on the US EPA's Stormwater Management Model version 5 and helps determine what load reductions happen in an urbanized areas in the Tahoe Basin. So to do the modeling to demonstrate greater or equal water quality benefit, we basically plugged in what the load reduction would be, or analyzed what the load reduction would be if every parcel did parcel specific BMPs and infiltrated stormwater on site. And we developed that out to the build out of the watershed, looking at the different land uses and coverage, and basically maxed out if everyone took advantage of every available amount of coverage and built out their parcel, and also looked specifically for multifamily parcels that were within and outside of the town centers to meet the, to take advantage of the coverage allowances that John Hester was talking about for the affordable, moderate, and achievable housing provisions that TRPA just recently approved. So we're modeling project build out of development. This is to really do a conservative analysis. And then once we determined that amount of treatment, that gave us something to compare to with all of the different alternatives and proposed treatments that we looked at for the project. Next slide. So this is the project location. It's on Tahoe's South Shore. It's approximately 965 acres. It's within the urban boundary, and it starts at Heavenly's California Base Lodge and encompasses everything that drains out to the ski run marina. This is a pretty heavily developed watershed. It's urbanized. There's some existing treatment already built, as shown in blue on the map, but it also has a lot of stream environment zone and areas where infiltration isn't possible. So there's areas of localized flooding, and we're basically looking at the entire watershed to see where opportunities exist to provide regional treatment. Next slide. So as I mentioned, it's a pretty heavily urbanized watershed, and because of that, it does also make for a great candidate where we want to see affordable, moderate, and achievable housing, as well as workforce housing, and redevelopment of some of the existing development that's in place. There's some public land that can be looked at for opportunities to put on stormwater treatment, but there's a mix of recreation, single and multifamily, commercial, tourist, and all of these different land uses contribute stormwater pollutants that are going to the lake. Next slide. So this is the entire watershed. We're focused again on the urban boundary, and it is made up of 3 sub-watersheds that ultimately drain to Ski Run Marina, and the Bijou Park Creek watershed on the right-hand side is the watershed that the city is focused on doing their Bijou Park Creek project that's looking at runoff from the right-of-way. Next slide. There are a number of water quality improvements that exist throughout the watershed. These include open channels and conveyances. It's sort of a mixed system. We have pipes and drop inlets and open channels that, again, all drain down to some of the existing treatment in blue, but ultimately discharge out at the Ski Run Marina. Some of the stormwater infrastructure, like the Osgood Basin shown on the top left, are undersized for the amount of runoff that they currently receive. And other basins, such as the Wildwood Basin shown on the bottom left, actually do have some capacity to receive additional runoff. So we're factoring those things in when looking at what proposals we want to see on the ground for stormwater treatment. Also in yellow, that shows which properties have met TRPA's parcel specific BMP requirements. We only have about a 30% compliance rate, so we thought there was good opportunity to look at regional treatment for this watershed. Next slide. We also know that a lot of the areas either have seasonal high groundwater or bedrock that limit the ability for the watershed to actually infiltrate in these areas. The areas kind of in orange are mapped soil conditions that inhibit infiltration, and then the red parcels are parcels that have been verified to have actual site constraints like retaining walls or setbacks or utilities that make it unfeasible for them to infiltrate on site. Even if you are unable to infiltrate on site, properties still have to do what are called source control BMPs, which is controlling sediment sources, paving, making sure there's no unpaved parking, blocking areas off, stabilizing any sediment sources, armoring drip lines. And so some of the technical assistance work that TRPA does is helping properties that are not able to infiltrate to actually install these source control BMPs. And so this is just a before and after image of some work that you could see happening at the parcel scale. Next slide. But there's a lot that work only ends right at the property line, and there's a lot of sediment sources that are in the right of way where we have unimproved road shoulders and a lot of off pavement parking that often can contribute sediment right upstream. Like if you see that red circle of existing stormwater infrastructure, so that sediment is being taken down and going to some of the existing treatment, which leads to more frequent need of maintenance. And the project wants to not just look at where we can infiltrate runoff, but also where are there opportunities to reduce soil erosion in the watershed. Next slide. So another goal is the fact that there are aquatic invasive weeds that have been a problem at Ski Run Marina. It's a long-standing infestation, and sediment and nutrients that are coming from the watershed make it more difficult for control work to happen there. They've been doing some more innovative laminar flow aeration, but the middle photo basically shows the 3 culverts that outlet the entire watershed into the marina, which the yellow arrow on the picture to the left shows where that outlet actually is. So any work that we do in the upper watershed to reduce the amount of sediment and nutrients is a benefit to help support the control work of aquatic weeds at Ski Run Marina. So we've released a draft conceptual plan. That's what I'm about to present to you today. And this plan was developed directly with key stakeholders. We did public workshops and outreach with surveys and going to public events to solicit feedback and input on the process. The focus is looking at green infrastructure that can also be integrated to provide other community benefits. And so next slide, what you're going to see in the conceptual plan, the features that we're really focused on identifying opportunities for include stormwater basins, and these can be of different sizes, things that are found, within the right of way that can treat roadway runoff, or larger areas if there's space available. Again, infiltration is the best way for us to treat the pollutants of concern to meet the TMDL. And so that's really what we're looking at comparing to in order to provide that greater or equal water quality benefit. Where can we infiltrate in the right of way versus on site for specific parcels? Other features include roadside parking improvements. And these are to formalize parking in the right of way and help, improve the road shoulder where we see a lot of off pavement parking. And there's different ways that this can happen. The image on the left shows some open celled pavers that can provide a, parking surface that can infiltrate. But if those, get clogged, there's still a DI that water flows to, and then a linear basin behind the curb that can infiltrate runoff. And when that fills up, it can spill over into the standpipe to continue on downstream to the stormwater system. And the image on the right, oops, sorry, go back, please. That is, again, open celled pavers that are behind a curb. So runoff from the roadway follows that curb and actually goes into a basin itself, but the parking is separated from the roadway itself. This allows for snow storage to still be applied in this area, and parking typically is only happening in the summer. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Intersection improvements are shown with this sort of circle icon. And here we're really looking at ways where we can improve pedestrian safety and shorten crossing lengths while also infiltrating stormwater and looking at designs that are appropriate for the Tahoe environment. So for example, we don't want to look for things that are difficult for our snowplows to navigate. So this design really looks at flush concrete. So if the plow drives over it, it's not going to take anything out and destroy the curb, but still is shortening that crossing length so it's safer for pedestrians to cross over, and providing some stormwater treatment. Next slide. Source control are areas where we see unstable sediment in the watershed and want to look at using rock armor or other features to stabilize that sediment. There could be unstable slopes. So those are some places where we have the source control icon. Next slide. Complete streets really look at ways in which we're addressing all users. And so there are certain thoroughfares that are more important to develop as a complete street, where you're addressing auto traffic, circulation, parking, bicycle, and pedestrian needs. And one of these areas is along Spruce Avenue, where the Bijou Community School is. The image on the right shows like a bus pullout to accommodate circulation of public transit as well. And so there are certain areas that we've identified that we want to have all users looked at on these streets, not just stormwater improvements. Next slide. We also identify areas where there can be trails or bridges. There's one, this is the current neighborhood or community used and developed this makeshift bridge to cross Bijou Park Creek. And this is commonly used as the way for students to get to Bijou Community School from the Ski Run neighborhood. So looking at ways in which we can formalize these areas that are being used by the community to improve safety and better environmental improvements. Next slide. And then lastly, we also look at stream restoration opportunities. This shows an in-channel structure to expand the extent of the riparian area. So there's definitely some areas that are of interest to improve the quality of the stream environment zones in the watershed. Next slide. So this is the overall draft conceptual plan for the watershed. I'm going to break this out into 3 different areas, sort of the upper, middle, and lower watershed in more detail. But again, the plan identifies stormwater improvements, both infiltration and source control, complete streets, trail connections, intersection improvements, roadside parking, and stream restoration. Next slide. So one of the priority areas in the upper watershed, this is a priority for the Forest Service, which, has a permit to allow Heavenly to operate on their land. And basically you have the ski hill coming down and then a big cut that happens where the parking lot is. And it's an area of high groundwater. All of this water is coming down the mountain and then gets perched right there under the parking lot. And so the Heavenly parking lot is very challenged in terms of treating its stormwater. They have a array of several stormwater media filters underground in vaults in the parking lot. And that is currently treating the runoff, but there's groundwater that bubbles up to the surface. It comes through the parking lot pavement. It affects pavement integrity. So we're really interested in opportunities for clean water bypass, as well as additional treatment to help treat the runoff from the parking lot here and looking at adjacent US Forest Service land. So on the image on the left, you can see we have two areas where we're looking at intersection improvements and some stormwater basins, as well as areas where we felt could be roadside parking improvements, with the priority for enhanced recreation access. We have a trail looking to connect the lower watershed at Pioneer Trail all the way up to California's Base Lodge, and thinking about, again, right now when you often have people who are walking in the street with their skis and ski boots on. So thinking about circulation of where pedestrians and cyclists can go, that's separated from the auto traffic. Next slide. So the middle watershed is along Spruce Avenue, going from past the Bijou Community School, across Bijou Park Creek, and all the way to Ski Run, where there is the new Ski Run Community Park. This is a priority to connect the school to the park. So again, there's a lot going on in this roadway in terms of drop off and pickup for school, bicycle and pedestrian needs. Right now, there aren't any improvements, with continuity. You have intermittent sidewalks and off pavement parking. This area also has flooding, so there's a number of stormwater improvements and intersection improvements for pedestrian safety, and looking at ways to connect over to the new Ski Run Park. Next slide. We're also looking in the lower Ski Run neighborhood, along Sonora and Wildwood Avenues that ultimately connect to the existing Osgood and Wildwood basins. One of the survey results, when we did our survey, people really wanted to see more of the community benefits and improvements in the lower part of the watershed. And there's some, challenges because that there is more high groundwater in these areas, but we were looking at stormwater improvements on public lands within the watershed, intersections improvements with infiltration, and other green infrastructure along streets that can provide a complete street, both along Tamarack and Wildwood, to again accommodate all users of the roadway. So we evaluated in the pollutant load reduction model a number of scenarios. I'm just going to highlight our two main scenarios. The first one is looking at the Osgood Basin expansion. There is a historic SEZ area next to the existing Osgood Basin that has been somewhat disconnected from the floodplain and is more drier. It's a drier SEZ condition right now. And from the Bijou Park Creek project that the city's been doing, they are proposing to expand Osgood Basin to take high flows during bigger events, which would re-wet this meadow, improving the quality of the SEZ and improving wildlife habitat. But we also evaluated it in terms of how much treatment it could provide, and comparing that to the treatment that is provided by the parcel BMPs. So we did not include in the first scenario Osgood Basin in or the expansion as part of our baseline. And so we exceeded the need. The parcel BMPs provided 16,135 pounds of fine sediment particle reduction, and Osgood Basin expansion is able to provide 24,406 pounds of fine sediment particle reduction. So this one expansion or one project could exceed treatment of all the parcel BMPs in the watershed and allow for regional treatment of the entire watershed. And there's some benefit with that just in terms of the code requirements of needing to have treatment in place before you can create an area wide. And then our second scenario, we looked at up to 35 proposed treatments that are infiltration systems within the watershed. Like I said, basins that are either in the right of way or larger areas. And in this case, we did put Osgood Basin expansion back into we factored it back into the baseline. And with those, the 35 treatments that we modeled, again, exceeded the amount of fine sediment particle reduction that parcel BMPs would provide per the model. So parcel BMPs would provide 11,823 pounds of fine sediment particle reduction, and the proposed treatments provided 12,631 pounds of fine sediment particle reduction. So next steps, we right now are soliciting feedback on the conceptual plan. The plan was included in your packet, so you can see, you have a printed copy of it for you to review. And please, any comments, submit to me by email. My email is snavarro@trpa.gov. We are in the process right now of developing 30% designs for the priority areas. And we are planning for April public and stakeholder workshops to present those 30% designs. Then we'll finalize the plans. We're working on drafting maintenance agreements between the Forest Service and the city and Vail to allow for maintenance of either city facilities or Vail's facilities on U.S. Forest Service land, to allow for their access to maintain those facilities. And then moving forward, any pieces of the project within this larger watershed scale plan will move forward as individual EIP projects. So, one of the priority areas that could move forward as an individual EIP project, we already have Osgood Basin expansion and Spruce Avenue complete streets in the EIP tracker, anticipating that those are going to be our next steps. So next slide. With that, I'll open up to any questions that you have. But again, if you have comments, if you have a chance to look at the plan in more detail, please email them to me, and my email is posted right up there, snavarro@trpa.gov.
All right, thanks a lot, Shay. Really cool project, a lot going on there. Thanks for letting us know and getting the word out to the public too. So now's our chance, APC members, if anyone has questions or comments. Garth and then Steve.
Shay, thank you so much for your presentation. I have a few different questions here, and one of them most specifically is regards to the project area. I see that in the plan, I was a little concerned that the actual marina itself was left out of the project area. And then showing different slides that you had up here, some had the marina included and others did not. Is the marina a part of the
Yes,
project area?
the marina is included, and I believe that was just an error, having that one piece of the catchment omitted. I think what shows in there is just the one side where everything flows out. The marina is included in the plan.
Okay.
The marina itself is, has site constraints due to high groundwater, but they've actually installed a number of filters in the drop inlets that then goes to this big sand oil separator that they have in the middle of their parking lot before it goes out to the lake. But there is issues when we have really high lake level that water can back up into the sand oil separator. So having the filters that were installed in the DIs really helps treat that water even before it goes into the sand oil separator.
Okay.
So they're working on parcel kind of scale BMPs. They're a lakefront property. And I think one piece that they still have, that they're working on permitting right now is restoration of an area that is in between the beach and where their parking lot ends. There's a compacted soil area that has been identified as needing to be restored for them to meet one of their permit requirements. They have an open permit right now to do AIS control work.
Okay.
So
So great. So I think maybe those maps could be updated in the plan. that-
Yes.
To make sure that that is included. And then, you know, in your project priorities, and you showed the different slides there for aquatic invasive species. I know that doing the actual control work isn't a part of this plan. This is an infrastructure plan, but it might be a good idea to expand in the plan here, sort of exactly what those control efforts are
mhm.
and exactly how this is supporting those control efforts. So I think that, and that's a good idea. The other question goes back to the project area boundary. And I noticed that some of the maps, or no, actually, looks like all of them, they don't include US Highway 50. There's a break in the project area that doesn't include US Highway 50, but you know, Pioneer Trail is of course included. And the reason why I'm thinking about this is this may not be infrastructure, but it's definitely management, street sweeping. I mean, there's a large sediment source from these roadways that ends up going directly into the system. And so maybe having the project area include US 50 and having a discussion of the operations with the street sweeping might help support what you're trying to do. And that sort of brings me to my third question, sorry, was street sweeping included in your model analysis that you guys performed?
Well, street sweeping would address load reduction in terms of source control or recovering traction abrasive that's on the ground. And I think that is something that gets tracked at the local jurisdiction scale. On the California side, the water board has permits with each of the jurisdictions, including the state highway department or Caltrans, to meet certain load reductions, and definitely street sweeping is one of the tools that they use to get there. So I think Highway 50 is its own kind of footprint, and they have a complete street project that's been installed in that right of way, but they're responsible for the maintenance and documenting all of the activities, whether they're vacuuming out DIs or doing street sweeping, or, you know, have infiltration systems that their runoff goes to. And that's something that they have to demonstrate to the state, the Lahontan Water Board, in order to meet the TMDL.
I just think it might be a good idea if you're not going to include US Highway 50 in this watershed, you know, taking a look at the whole watershed, maybe then provide some reasoning and discussion as to why that is being removed. If you're taking a watershed approach, and of course it's like a holistic. So if you're going to actually take part of that out and set it aside, I think having a discussion in the plan as to why that was done, and the reasoning, I think that'd be beneficial.
Okay. All right, I think we can do that. I feel like it's already a complete street. You know, they've had projects that have gone in there, but one thing that we have talked about is including in the conceptual plan at that regional scale map, another map that shows all of the existing and proposed EIP projects that are within this watershed, because there's a number of existing and proposed projects that the city is undertaking, just so that people can see how everything is interrelated.
the
So for
progress that's been
example, the city's right now working on a Pioneer Trail improvement project. So we got some feedback from the Conservancy to include in the plan some of the intersection improvements that they are doing as part of their plan.
If I can add to that, we actually had spent as much time talking about that when Shay was preparing the presentation as we are now. Should it be and shouldn't it? We recognize it's all part of the same drainage.
Yeah, and I think, especially when, like I said before, you're coming at it from a watershed approach, but yet you're taking a major component out. So that kind of was just made me think. And one last little question, and it is related because it's on here. Is there any update as to what's, where in the process the future Greenway project is? That goes, that bisects and goes through the whole project here?
I mean, I would
Sorry.
have to defer to the Conservancy on that. That's their project. I will say that what we've shown in the plan are additional community connections to the Greenway. I think they've taken a route through kind of the urban area right now as like a placeholder, and they're working on determining exactly what alignment they want to do. And having some of those improvements along Pioneer Trail are playing a role into that. Our project is looking at connecting with bicycle and pedestrian improvements up to California Base, because we see that as a recreational amenity and wanting to provide, other ways for people to get there than just driving your car. But also having that as more of a year-round base for recreation will help. There's a huge parking area there. It would reduce kind of user conflicts between users and property owners where certain trailheads are now. And there's the opportunity that if the Greenway does follow its David Lane alignment, that then this connection could intersect with that as well.
Wonderful, thank you.
Those are good comments, Garth. Do you want to address the Greenway?
Yeah, sure. The city still continues to work with CTC to acquire easements, particularly along Pioneer Trail, which is the toughest part of this project. And we have been able to acquire some easements, but we're not there yet. So.
Just quickly, Steve,
Yep.
on the Caltrans piece, I think that's a good comment. You could ask Caltrans about if they're using this area for their TMDL credits, and really if they've modeled this right of way and what treatments they're using. I don't know if they're including that for the jurisdictions. They're sort of playing this game on, we have to meet load reduction requirements. So it's whether this watershed is registered or not in their scheme to meet their load reduction requirements. I'm sure they're doing something there. But hopefully they could give you that detail, and then you could add it to this plan.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, again, if you're looking at it from a watershed standpoint, it should be included.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Steve DeShera. Thank you, Shay, for the presentation. In the course of all the analysis that you've done on this, is there, and I know every area is a little different, is there a cost effectiveness associated with this kind of more natural infrastructure as opposed to hardscape type of infrastructure? I'm just thinking in terms of, if people are going to invest in this, is there a economic benefit to doing it this way as well as an environmental benefit?
Well, definitely surface treatment, having basins that you can infiltrate are less expensive than subsurface engineering type treatment, more of an engineered approach. And they don't have, what makes that engineered approach more expensive too is you often have to do more treatment, because when you're lower down in the soil profile, you don't get as much treatment of water flowing through the soil as you do when it's up at the top, where there's a lot more organic material and biological activity to break things down. So infiltration is one of the, surface infiltration is one of the most cost-effective ways. And I think, we're just looking at where can we provide overlapping benefits to make things better for the community and meet community needs while also providing stormwater treatment.
Thank you for the answer. And speaking of community needs, I'm really glad to see Spruce Avenue years ago as one of the volunteers who worked on the Safe Routes to School plan. I mean, that whole neighborhood, a lot of people walk to the school, parents and students, and it's not really safe and a lot of drainage issues. So very glad to see that included in the priority areas. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Agreed. Thanks, Steve. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Shay. That was a lot of fun. I really like these kinds of presentations from TRPA. My question has to do with something that was mentioned in John's introduction. And that is that this is something that you see TRPA maybe should be doing as perhaps a model for other things. And so I'm curious about the genesis of this project. Where did the idea come from to do this? And how did this area get chosen? Are other areas being contemplated or looked at? Are you talking with other people around the basin to do this in other places? Will your model work in other places? I'm Eric Young from Washoe County. As you can imagine, this got some components that look like they might be applicable or beneficial. We're in the Washoe portion. I don't want to say we want to do it or anything along those lines. But I'm super curious about this idea that you introduced us to, that maybe this is something that you learn from it and then you do it again. So where'd this come from and what is the prospect of doing it again? Thank you so much.
This is John Hester. I'll start the answer. Shay can answer specifics on this watershed. We've actually been looking at doing this doing area wides around the basin for some time for a number of reasons. And working in Washoe County down in the Reno Sparks area, stormwater infrastructure is something that's put in as a standard part of the infrastructure when you do a subdivision. Because so much of the development up here was done before TRPA was created and you had those kind of requirements, and those of you in Placer and Douglas and other places will know the same thing. When the growth management system came into place, a lot of substandard infrastructure was there, but there was not a subdivision, no more subdivisions were allowed. So we're basically looking at a retrofit concept. Where this specifically came from most recently was in the housing work to provide incentives. We did a pro forma with Cascadia, as you remember, and they said, there are 4 main constraints and one of them is coverage. And the way to address coverage, which was limited for erosion control, was to have a stormwater system instead that did the same thing. So that's essentially region-wide, the longer term and more recent housing genesis of it. What I've heard anecdotally is that to get to the clarity everybody wants to get to in the next, I think it's 60 years or 50 years, shaken, tell you the TMDL horizon, you're going to have to probably retrofit a lot of the basin over time. So this is kind of like a generational type project to slowly retrofit the whole basin. And this is one of the first models, first places to do it. We've been talking with Placer staff about some areas, and Shay can probably tell you who else we've been talking about. And it may be that it won't be the same everywhere. And it may not be applicable everywhere where we have urban-like development. But what we do have is a contract with NCE to develop typical, like you would see in the Orange Book down in Reno Sparks, typicals for what a drop inlet would look like, what a complete street cross section would be and all that. So that's kind of maybe a little more than what you asked for, but that's strategically where we're trying to go. And Shay can tell you more about this particular watershed.
So the genesis really is kind of the thing that my understanding is that we all could have been doing this if we wanted to. Nothing has prevented any jurisdiction from starting and developing area-wide treatments.
Other than resources.
And I think maybe resources and not necessarily resources, not only meaning money, But capacity, I see that in this particular project, the list of participating people, partners is large, some consultants involved as well, others. For any single jurisdiction's capital improvements division to take it on is, we may have wanted to, and I think the county may have been interested in that. It's a daunting task to do it by yourself, I think. And so we haven't done it. We've had the ability to do it. It's been sitting out there for all of us to do. And so I'm really curious about somebody's gonna really try and move it down the road and make it happen. And so, yeah, that's what I'm curious about. How come, is it the housing thing? They said, okay, let's start taking this seriously, because we had somebody tell us that to move forward with housing, this is one of the 4 major barriers.
I think
It's kind of a why now, or not, I'm really happy about it. It's super interesting. Let's do more of these, but a kind of a why now question.
John Hester again, I don't think it's just started happening because of the housing. Placer's got some projects they've been working on for years, and this is the same way. I think probably it's been contemplated, and there's like a stormwater system around the casinos, because you couldn't do the development you wanted to do with just using our coverage limitations. And we've been able to get some funding to do some retrofit projects, water quality grants. And I think it's more, this particular one was one that the city recognized before the housing amendments and recognized they needed to do for TMDL, but I can turn that to Shay.
Yeah, I can speak to the process. We started this with like a regional basin-wide analysis of where we thought area-wide might make sense. And so we were looking at soils information, high groundwater, where existing infrastructure was in place, where there was limitations for people to meet TRPA's parcel specific requirements. And so we had, and then also looked at LiDAR in terms of where water is flowing on the surface. So created like a regional analysis of possible area-wide treatment. And then from there, so we have a regional kind of map of where these areas are, and also places where, as John mentioned, state line stormwater, there's existing area-wide treatment already in place because it just got developed, in the past. So as far as, the ski run mountain to marina, why we started there, some of it has to do with just opportunities for funding. We applied for Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funds, and the Forest Service is really interested, as I said, in this area because they permit Vail on their land and it's in the top of the watershed. And if they're unable to meet their discharge requirements, just because they're very constrained, the Forest Service is interested in improving stormwater treatment so it doesn't have all these downstream impacts. And there's all these other factors of it being urbanized and a good place to start. But we did secure grant funding for it. Placer County, we have like a project right now on the LTRA list to do more pollutant load reduction modeling for priority watersheds in Placer County, specifically Kings Beach and potentially Dollar Point, although I feel like that one's further along already with just the design work that they've done. And, just coming up with like a baseline of how much treatment does the current system actually provide? And with Kings Beach, there's constraints there's too, because they have really slow soils. It's more of like a volcanic soil that's really small particles. So it takes longer for water to pass through it. But they do have a lot of existing public infrastructure. So that's another piece of funding that we're pursuing. And I definitely feel like, the housing is driving that as well too, Placer being interested in taking advantage of those provisions. So I think we're always looking at ways that we can make it easier to accelerate the pace and scale of these types of projects.
Thanks, Eric. Robert?
Robert Ehrlich, thanks, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I have some questions kind of related to maintenance and maintenance costs. I don't know if this was the right document to address that, or maybe there's some other ones that would do that, but like for one of them, Osgood Basin, that's a good point that, yeah, I don't know, I can't remember why they didn't make it larger in that kind of dry area over there. How much maintenance like dredging has been required? I know there's a 4-bay close to Ski Run, but just trying to anticipate potential dredging costs if you're identifying that that's going to be an area where a lot of sediment will come in.
I don't know specifics about dredging. I mean, there is the large 4-bay, which works well to trap any sediment. And then you also have a lot of drop inlets that the city goes around and vacs out to recover material before it gets down there. But a big part of the plan is addressing source control to try to limit sediment from getting to the basin in the first place. So one thing to emphasize about maintenance, back in 1987, when we required BMPs for all developed properties, as the years have gone by, we're adaptively managing and realizing it's, very resource intensive to follow up with thousands and thousands of properties to make sure that each individual property is doing their maintenance. And it's a lot easier to have a local jurisdiction with funding go out and perform maintenance and be able to document that and show it for their TMDL than following up with each individual property owner. So that's one of the reasons why we feel there, it was shown in the regional plan environmental document that area-wide treatment facilitates maintenance, and there's benefits gained because of the ease in which maintenance can occur. Because, like if you don't change your oil, eventually your car is not going to work. And it's the same with BMPs. If you're not maintaining them, eventually they just fill up with sediment and kind of disappear over time.
So I'm wondering about funding stream for the city to do the maintenance on that in terms of the parcels that, some parcels probably have the ability to infiltrate and will continue to be asked to infiltrate.
I think it'll be up to the property owner. If you have the ability to infiltrate, you could choose to do your own on-site BMPs or participate in the system. The city has a number of other area-wide systems or programs in their jurisdiction, and each one's a little bit different. Some of them have like a connection agreement with each individual property, and they might pay a lump sum fee that goes for maintenance specifically for that area. And give in return allows for you're in compliance for a certain number of years. Other systems they have, it's more assessed through taxes or like the Bijou system is a pump or, the pump and treat Bijou system that is a community facilities district. And there's pros and cons with each situation. A lot of times I know the community facilities district is expensive to administer. So, a lot of the funding that gets brought in is used to just manage that funding and how much of it is really available for maintenance. So there's different ways, but the code in the area plan chapter does allow for funding mechanisms to be developed as part of area-wide treatment. So that's really each jurisdiction's decision on how they want to tackle that. Some jurisdictions, they're like, we don't even need any kind of maintenance fee. We just want you to pre-treat before you discharge to our system. Other jurisdictions, like in Nevada, there's a lot of general improvement districts. They're already collecting fees from their residents within their boundary. And so they're using that funding to do maintenance. Like, for example, like Cave Rock has a area-wide treatment. And so maintenance of the basin at the bottom comes from that. So each jurisdiction's a little bit different. Placer County, even with some of their existing infrastructure, already has some funding agreements in place. So those are all things that we are looking at, but ultimately it's up to the local jurisdiction to decide, what is the right mechanism for them.
And just, yeah, just good response. I hadn't realized, like, for Bijou, that the administrative costs would be high for something like that. But yeah, I think it's important to identify kind of a long-term or continuing funding stream. Otherwise, there might be a time where it'll be similar to the private BMPs where the city may just not have money to, do what's needed on some of that.
Well, the code allows for that to be developed, in lieu of infiltrating on site, you can pay a fee to the local jurisdiction, and that does provide revenue to perform maintenance, and it's dedicated specifically for that area.
And that in some cases could be an ongoing fee that's, an annual.
It could be annual if they want to set it up like that. I mean, again, thinking about how you collect that money and administer the money, that's why in some situations, they've just taken a lump sum based on how much impervious surface you have. And then that gives you compliance for a certain number of years, like 10, 15, or 20 years. But it does provide dedicated revenue specifically for maintenance, which is, I think, what makes it attractive for the local jurisdictions.
Okay. And then the city has some projects where they put in some of the complete streets with some of the infiltration pavement stuff. Has that been working out well for them? Like,
Well, that's really a question for Public Works, but at least the ones that I'm aware of, which would be Tahoe Sierra neighborhood. And that seems to be functioning. And we are also helping
Tahoe maybe, or
Tahoe, and then State Line Ski Run is the next complete street project we'll be working on.
okay. And I saw when you had things on BMP certificates, Heavenly wasn't listed as having a BMP certificate. It's under separate permit. Is that kind of in Heavenly's California-based parking lot? Is that something that gets a BMP certificate and doesn't have one, or how do you look at that?
Right now, like I said, they have a bunch of stormwater treatment vaults with media filter, and they're treating and releasing, but are still, not meeting discharge standards. So I think, looking at putting in a basin on adjacent Forest Service land to further treat that runoff before it goes back to the system would make that parcel eligible to receive a BMP certificate. We've been working with Vail at their other sites. Their Boulder parking lot is certified. And so, this is something that is part of this process and why they are on the project team. They want to get their BMP certificate, and this project really looks at a path forward for them to get there with treatment off site on Forest Service land.
Okay, and just one other comment. Some of the large basins, this city or jurisdiction has pretty good control about who's dumping snow in it. Small little basins on street corners or in some areas, I feel that a lot of times we can identify, here's a capacity for a 20 or 1 hour storm. You go look at it in the winter and there's huge piles of snow dumped into it. So if there's a rain on snow event, there's really no room for anything on that. So maybe consider a way to kind of address that in looking at some of these smaller basins or features like that. All right, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. In our BMP handbook, we have specifications if you're designing a basin to store snow as well. There's some sizing requirements to make that basin larger so that it can handle the added capacity.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Hitch?
John Hitchcock. Shay, thanks for the presentation. This question is really out of curiosity. 30% compliance rate. I mean, do you think that's a function of within this project, a large number of the parcels are site constraint? Or is it because the only way to actually trigger BMP compliance is some sort of project that triggers it, and people just haven't been doing projects. It's just out of curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
30% seems kind of low.
Yeah, I mean, anytime someone comes in for some type of permit for a property improvement, then BMPs are going to be triggered at that time. And if anyone is familiar with the watershed and has walked around there, there's definitely a lot of existing development that hasn't been improved. There's I think by doing area-wide treatment, it's a lot easier for parcels to comply because they only have to do the source control BMPs, which is just stabilizing sediment. And it's less expensive than installing like a driveway conveyance and infiltration system. You still have to pave your driveway, but it is less expensive to just do source control BMPs than full infiltration BMPs. We have limited resources. So in terms of compliance and where we're focused, we're really focused on areas that are priorities for local jurisdiction, where we might have funding to support that work. A lot of times on the Nevada side, they are more reliant on parcel BMPs to meet the TMDL. So we receive funding to help facilitate installation and maintenance of parcel BMPs to help them to support those local jurisdictions in meeting the TMDL. The California side hasn't been as reliant on parcel BMPs, because at least for the city, there's a lot more low-hanging fruit of bigger infiltration projects that they can do. There's just more land. So there's other ways, including street sweeping, for them to meet the TMDL where they haven't had to rely on parcel BMPs. But I think that was one of the drivers too of looking at area-wide treatment. If we get something installed that can treat everything once properties have done their source control BMPs, they're eligible for a certificate, and we could potentially certify everybody in the watershed a lot more easily than if they had to meet TRPA's full BMP requirements.
Thanks.
Makes sense. Crystal?
Yeah, thank you, Crystal Jacobson, for the record. Thank you, Shay. Great presentation, great project. I really like the area-wide approach. Most of my questions have been already answered, but I was just curious about the selection of the roadway segments for the complete streets and looking at specifically Ski Run Boulevard. I'm just wondering why that one section was selected for complete streets and the others aren't. And perhaps it's because are there already maybe complete street segments on the rest of those? And if so, is there a map that I'm not seeing that sort of shows
Yeah.
the existing improvements?
Yeah, that's a good point, because I think what we're showing is what is proposed, and there definitely is existing up and down Ski Run. They're like their own business improvement district, so they already have sidewalks and curb and gutter and some stormwater infrastructure along Ski Run. And sometimes that curb and gutter extends laterally off of Ski Run into the adjacent cross streets. So you'll sort of see no treatment in our plan, and then all of a sudden it's shaded to have roadside parking and green infrastructure improvements. And that's because at some point the curb stops. And so we're not wanting to take out existing infrastructure. We're looking at putting improvements where there is nothing improved in the road shoulder currently. But it might be something that would be good to avoid confusion, because it's sort of similar with Highway 50.
Right.
Highway 50 is already a complete street. So I think that might be a good suggestion to show all of the existing infrastructure that's in place.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Crystal. Any APC members online? I don't see any hands raised.
Brendan, I have a question.
Go ahead, Kevin.
It's the raise hand button. This is Kevin Drake. Thanks for the presentation, Shay. I'm really supportive of the overall approach. I'm curious if part of the discussions around sediment reduction have included roadway narrowing or reduction of pavement. I know, and we know as a science community, that the really fine sediment particles that are almost impossible to treat are coming from our roads, not from sidewalks and other areas. Even parking lots are nominal compared to the roads themselves. And I also know that when you narrow a road, you get a safer road, you get lower traffic speeds, you get much easier pedestrian options and safe mobility. Is that part of the conversation around complete streets?
I think we used LiDAR to determine like the impervious cover layer of how much impervious cover there was when we modeled it. But definitely, when TMDL registration of catchments would happen, if there was proposals to reduce roadway widths, that would lower how much runoff you would have to treat. So it's definitely advantageous to, make what you have to achieve in terms of load reduction less. So for example, originally when we started this project, lower ski run, well, actually I'll say mid ski run, just above Pioneer Trail, basically in between Needle Peak and Pioneer Trail. That's historically been used as overflow parking for Heavenly Ski Resort, but that is not the case currently. And that's a huge right of way for the city. It's a very wide roadway. And if the city and Vail have determined if they don't want to use that in the future for parking, that is a great street that could be reduced in size, and that would reduce the amount of runoff that the whole watershed would need to treat.
Kevin, this is John Hester. To add to Shay's answer, as we develop the typicals with NCE, we've created a technical group of public works representatives and Ryan Murray from our transportation planning program to look at how can we not only get stormwater benefits from this, but are there complete street components that we can design into these retrofits, because it's good. We need that to make the transportation system work as well.
Yeah, and just one more thing I would add, this is Shay Navarro again. Some of the intersection improvements, it might not change the overall coverage, but the type of coverage would change. And so, one of the intersections that we've identified for improvements is Tamarack and Ski Run, which currently has a 4-way stop. But if we did install bulb outs that would shorten the crossing length, that would reduce the amount of asphalt that was in that intersection and replace it with concrete that's flush with the surface so that the plow can get through there safely. And again, that would reduce the amount of pollutant load. I don't know if the pollutant load reduction model takes that into consideration necessarily, but definitely, if you're reducing the amount of coverage in the right of way, that's going to reduce how much load you have to lessen to meet the TMDL.
Yeah, so you're saying the pollutant load reduction model doesn't take into it doesn't take into consideration roadway coverage or differentiate between roadway coverage and say sidewalks or driveways or parking lots.
You do identify directly connected and indirectly connected impervious area, I know, in PLRM. So I think it does account for all of them, but it kind of depends on if they're directly connected or not.
Yeah. Cool. I think the at-grade bulb outs are a great idea. That's a nice compromise with the public safety community to make sure that we have, and the plow community, while still accomplishing some infiltration. So anyway, that's my point is roads generate the fine sediment particles, not just coverage in general. And so minimizing road width is a best practice that I think is starting to be part of the conversation. And I hope it becomes more of our conversation moving forward.
Yeah, I would also say in the load reduction model, it definitely accounts for different land use. So roadways have a higher concentration of pollutant associated with them compared to single-family residential, which has a lower pollutant load associated with it. So the whole model takes every land use into consideration when it does that comparison.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. I think we could probably talk about this all day. But I mean, this is great, important stuff for Tahoe. So, but I think I'm going to move us on.
Sounds
'cause-
good. Well, thank you for your time. And again, please review the plan that was included in your packet. There's links to the story map that provides a lot more information about the project. And any comments or suggestions that you have, please email me, snavarro@trpa.gov. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shay. Appreciate your time today. Just for members of the public, that was informational only, and we will hear public comment. If you want to talk about that topic, you could certainly do it at the final public comment period. Also, APC members, I think we're going to order some pizza because it looks like we're going to be going into lunch. So there you go. Thank you for that. And hopefully we don't have to get dinner. Okay. I'm going to move us to item 6. This is our public hearings. We have 3 area plan amendments coming to us. Just for everyone's info, 2 of them are going to be on Douglas County, but we're going to hear them separately. First, we're going to go to item 6A. This is a discussion and possible recommendation of amendments to Douglas County South Shore Area Plan. This includes an adjustment to the Kingsbury Town Center boundary, changeable sign standards, i.e. the frequency by which signs can change their displays, and an energy conservation strategy. Information on this item can be found on page 97 of your packet. And I think I'm gonna go to Hester first, and then we'll go to Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, you stole my thunder on the pizza, but actually Tracy's great idea. I just wanted to make sure for the commission and for the public that it's clear what these 3 items are. Is there's 3 separate amendments coming forward for Douglas County tour today. One is this first one on signage, boundary change, and energy efficiency. That's item 6A. 6B is the phase 2 of the affordable housing incentives. That's coming forward today as also, that's item 6B. There is in the future potential creation of a hospital sub-district for the Barton property. That is under environmental review with the Barton application. It's not being considered today. It's not part of the purview of what you're talking about. So if anybody's here thinking that we're talking about the Barton project, we are not, or the Barton plan amendments. So I just want to make that clear before we got started. Thank you.
Good clarification.
And just for the record, this is Graham St. Michel, General Counsel. Just to add as well, it's that the environmental review for that part is still so early on. The project is, just at the early stage. So I don't want to leave the impression that that's, that's really heavy underway environmental review. We're at the very beginning stages of that process.
Okay, well, welcome Jacob and Kate. And another guest. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I apologize. Welcome.
That's all right. My name is AJ Hames. I'm with Douglas County in the District Attorney's Office.
Thanks, AJ, for being here. Turn it over to you guys.
Okay, well, I'll start it off. It's Jacob Stock, Senior Planner with TRPA. I'm just here to introduce Kate and AJ. They'll be giving a presentation on a proposal to amend the South Shore Area Plan for Douglas County. Those amendments include the addition of 201 Manor Drive to the Kingsbury Town Center. That parcel is currently split zoned. Part of the parcel is within the town center, part of it's outside the town center, and they're proposing to add the entirety of that parcel to the town center. The proposal incorporates sign standards into the area plan, and it includes an update to allow changeable signs at a frequency of 12 times per 12 changes per hour in the casino core. And they're also proposing to add an energy conservation strategy to the area plan, which we're only halfway through the packet. So I think we could all use an energy conservation strategy. So that's what's in the packet or what's in the proposal. Hester's already addressed what's not in the proposal, so I'll just skip that part of my spiel and introduce Kate Morales O'Neill with Douglas County.
Thank you, Jacob. Good morning, everyone, commissioners, and everyone in attendance today. Again, Kate Morales O'Neill for the record, Douglas County Principal Planner. You've already met AJ. He is here with me assisting when needed for this presentation. I do want to say I will be recusing myself from taking any action on this item as a APC member. So next slide, please. So let me start with a vicinity map of the South Shore Area Plan. It encompasses properties such as Edgewood, the Casino Core, Kingsbury Town Center in the High Density Tourist District, along Highway 50 from State Line to Lower Kingsbury, and includes various zoning, namely tourist recreation, resort recreation, and mixed use. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of background here on the South Shore Area Plan. It was adopted in 2013 and is part of the TRPA Regional Plan. The South Shore Area Plan replaced the Kingsbury and State Line community plans and the relevant plan area statements. These previous plans were over 20 years old and had undergone minor changes. So the South Shore Area Plan document in comparison is basically a lot newer. It's just over 11 years old at this point. Douglas County is proposing a zoning text amendment, a zoning map amendment, and a resolution which requires TRPA approval for the above mentioned to be effective. Next slide, please. So again, here's some of the proposed revisions that we are proposing today to expand the Kingsbury Town Center, the South Shore Area Plan boundary to include the entirety of the Kingsbury Manor Mobile Home Park. Also revising signage regulations within the Tahoe Mixed Use Town Center overlay and the Tahoe Tourist High Density Tourist Overlay zoning districts, and also updating references to the TRPA Code of Ordinances. And lastly, incorporating an energy conservation strategy. Next slide, please. Regarding the proposed boundary extension, currently the mobile home park is dissected, as Jacob mentioned. One portion consisting of nearly 1 acre is within the commercial town center district. And that's the part that's kind of in the next to the yellow, the black kind of striped out hatched area. While the remaining portion, which is the yellow portion you see which is 3.64 acres, seen here in the yellow, is outside the town center and the South Shore Area Plan boundary. So bringing the entirety of this parcel within the South Shore Area Plan and the town center provides zoning consistency. This boundary expansion was approved by the Board of County Commissioners in January of 2015. But as noted in the staff report, it was not taken before TRPA or APC, nor the governing board for review and adoption. So here we are, 10 years later, trying it again. So next slide, please. So beyond trying to fix the split zoning on this parcel, there is good planning justification for it. Currently, the mobile home park does connect to other residential areas via any open public roadway. It does not connect. It is also accessible by traveling on Manor. It is only accessible by traveling on Manor Drive past other commercial and mixed use properties. Historically, this parcel has been used for mobile home units. But that use has declined as the property has grown older. There are currently 3 vacant spots in the park that have been available for over 1.5 years. In addition, it is not economically feasible to bring in new mobile homes in to replace older homes that should be retired. With the current zoning, if the mobile homes were to be replaced with other residential structures, the current zoning would limit it to one single family dwelling. In contrast with zoning consistency, we can see here in this table additional uses that are not currently available on the portion of the property outside of the town center and the South Shore area plan boundaries. It is also important to note that the owner has not indicated an interest in redevelopment of the property at this time. Again, some of the additional uses would still retain mobile housing, so that would not go away. If they do choose to redevelop in the future, the higher density use could potentially provide much needed employee housing or multifamily housing use that could potentially, I don't think that problem's going away. So the need for that is still going to be here in the future. It's already with us today. I think that's a very important thing to note. If it could also provide tourist accommodations, entertainment, commercial uses. As noted previously, they have not brought forward any type of development talk at this time. Again, this was approved 10 years ago. We just met with the owner again about a year and a half ago, and their interest was still, in fact, they weren't even aware that they didn't have consistent zoning. So I think 10 years ago when Douglas County approved it, they were under the understanding that it kind of ended there. I don't know the history and what happened 10 years ago. I wasn't here. But the owners didn't even realize when I called them that they didn't have consistent zoning. So that was a surprise to them. There is no way to project what an owner may or may not bring forward in the future. But staff believes this parcel should not have inconsistent zoning, making, any type of redevelopment very challenging. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, the South Shore Area Plan was adopted in 2013. It absorbed the Kingsbury and State Line community plans. These plans previously followed the standards in the Lake Tahoe Design Standards and Guidelines. This is a snippet of the front page of that document. The document, which I have right here, is 230 pages long, and I did not feel the need to include in a already very large agenda packet. The South Shore Area Plan, the South Shore Design Standards and Guidelines replaced the Lake Tahoe Regional Standards for the Kingsbury and State Line community plans, and the sign standards were included in Douglas County Title 20 Development Code Section 20.703.180. Next slide, please. However, those listed in Attachment B of your packet, letters G through J, were inadvertently omitted, and the county zoning text amendment ordinance would incorporate those into the Title 20 code sign standards. In addition, this amendment includes a modification to Title 20, Section 20.703.180F, allowing revolution for electronic messages from 4 cycles to 12 cycles. And I think a couple examples of a positive take on this modification is simply the ability to disseminate information more frequently. For instance, during an emergency, like an evacuation, informing traffic of available parking during an event, or simply just providing information to residents and tourists of events that may be occurring at an establishment. Next slide, please. As stated in the staff report, Attachment A, in addition to the 2014 ordinance related to the zoning map amendment, the 2014 resolution incorporating an energy conservation strategy into the South Shore Area Plan was also brought forward to the Board of County Commissioners and approved, but was never brought forward to TRPA for approval and adoption. So although never adopted by TRPA, Douglas County has been implementing many of the conservation strategies that were suggested as energy strategies back in 2014. And Douglas County has already completed many of those. This new resolution does incorporate a new energy conservation strategy section in the South Shore Area Plan and does now comply with mitigation 3.5.1 of the regional plan. TRPA and county staff did complete many updates in the proposed version of the new South Shore Area Plan. And when I say that, staff has actually been working on this, TRPA staff and county staff, for years in trying to get this document updated with more information and updated information. The tables and maps were all updated and the document was reformatted and sorted to reflect a more organized document with a table of contents. In addition, some of the information was expanded to provide updates and more current information, as I mentioned. For example, in the new version of the South Shore Area Plan, the soil conservation was expanded with an entire section to provide more content and understanding versus the current version of the South Shore Area Plan contains 2 sentences regarding soil conservation. Another example is an update for the use of wood stoves. So the change out program is now in effect and has been added to the new version of the South Shore Area Plan. Next slide, please. On January 16th, 2025, Douglas County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved the ZTA and the ZMA ordinances and the resolution recommending review and conformity to the TRPA governing board. Thankfully, this time we are actually bringing it forward to TRPA for review and adoption, and we're happy to do so. I did want to, at this time, introduce Brendan Hall. Brendan is the executor of the Hall Trust and which is the owner of the Kingsbury Manor Mobile Home Park. Brendan would just like 3 minutes to share history of the parcel and the current status of the mobile home park, which we feel is relevant to the zoning map amendment. So Brendan.
Thank you. Morning.
Welcome. Could you turn your microphone on for us?
Push that button.
You got it. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name is Brendan Hall. I'm the trustee for the Hall Trust, which owns the mobile home park and as well as some other holdings in Kingsbury. Brief history, my grandfather, they moved here in the late 40s and largely are one of the main developers of the southern portion of Kingsbury. You know, a lot of this residential, everything, my family's the one who actually developed that. We do agree with Kate and the county to bring the mobile home park into a mixed or a single use zoning that would benefit us. As was mentioned, the mobile home park was built over 50 years ago. In fact, I was born there. I hate to tell people, but I was born at a mobile home park. Just to give you guys a brief understanding where I come from is my background. I'm a real estate broker. I've been a broker for 30 years. I'm licensed in 5 different states, coast to coast, also a commercial real estate appraiser, MAI appraiser for 17 years. And so I understand, you know, what would be the highest and best use of that property. And the mobile home park is not the highest and best use right now. We have 32 units or 32 spaces. We have 3 vacancies. Those resulted in us having to demolish the buildings because they were built in 72 and 73, and that was pre-HUD standards. And so the snow loads caused some roof cave-ins. So the remaining units that we have, 70% are built pre-76. Now, if we go back to HUD standards, anything built before 1976 is not even considered a legal dwelling unit. So most of those are would not be considered homes. They should be abated. They should be removed. We don't own the units. We own the land.
as far as affordability, you know, we think mobile homes are a cheap way to go, and they're really not. You know, because the homes in there based on the size, the configuration, either being a single unit or a double unit or whatnot. And the guidelines imposed saying that, you know, we have to replace it with something that's a similar size, you know, for to stay in compliance with land coverage. We're looking at purchase of a home itself is around $150,000 to $300,000, and then you got soft costs, you know, for permits and what putting them on the unit, getting the or getting the lot ready, between $60,000 and $80,000. So we're looking at anywhere between $300,000 and $400,000. And since you can't get a conventional loan on them because the banks don't consider them as a good investment or a good collateral, it's personal property instead of real property. FHA, which won't loan on it because they require a 3-year lease, which we don't provide. So it's really not affordable when you think of shelling out $400,000 out of pocket in cash for one of those units. Whereas you could go buy a single family home for 3.5%, 5% down. So it's not really an affordable alternative. And so because of that, many of our homeowners choose to just stay in these 1972 units because they can't afford to replace it. And we're not in the position of buying the units and renting them out. And that's just, you know, it's long lived as its lifetime as a mobile home park. And so we're excited about this zoning change. It would give us an opportunity in the future, should that arise, should we come up with the right project or right partners, and to do something that would benefit the community and the needs of the community. Have any questions?
Thanks, Brendan. Let me just ask, are you guys all wrapped up with your presentation? Then we can come on over to our questions.
Yes, so I was gonna say, if you have any questions for myself or any for Brendan at this time. Yep,
Okay,
I am done.
great. Thanks a lot, Kate and Brendan. Great name, by the way. Thank you. Kate, you answered a lot of my questions, so good job. Really informative. And we may have questions for you, Brendan, but we'll call you back up if we do, okay? Thanks. Eric, I see you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions. And maybe they're for Jacob. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear more about the impacts of these changes. I'm not really sure I care if they change what's on the sign every 30 seconds. I want to see an analysis. What is the change? Is there a threshold? Is there a number that we have that says once you go beyond this number of changes, it starts to impact people's ability to drive? Or, I mean, I need an analysis of what is the impact of the change. Not that it's, you know, of course it's going to help them. Of course, that's probably a good idea. And I'm not sure, but right now I don't know what to say about what that change is. And similarly, with the change to the land use, no, we don't want split zoning. We got a couple of those issues in Washoe County as well. We'd like to fix them. But the real issue for me is, what is the impact of extending those new available uses across the full property? That's just a simple environmental analysis that probably had to be done. I apologize for not going in and reading it. But I would, as part of the public record for this meeting, before I'm able to vote, not to hear about, as much as I appreciate the owner showing up and providing his story, I sincerely appreciate that. None of that's relevant to me. What's relevant is, what is the impact of this change? What does it mean to allow these uses that weren't allowed there before? What does it mean to allow them there now? That's what, if I were making that proposal as a planner in Washoe County, that's what I would have to answer to. And the same with the change in the sign. And so, in order for me to vote on this as part of the public record, I need to have that analysis for myself to consider. Thank you.
Jacob, Kate, you want to talk about the IEC and some of the analysis you did?
Yeah, I can, Jacob Stock for the record, I can respond really quickly to that, and Kate can add if, or AJ can add if they'd like. There is there was an IEC that was prepared for this proposal, and I am looking for the reference in the packet. I forgot which attachment it was exactly.
Attachment 8.
Attachment, okay.
Or, sorry, attachment B.
Attachment G, yeah, is the initial environmental checklist for this item. With regard to the sign changes, the IEC didn't find any threshold or environmental impacts from the changeable signs. You know, this is proposed for the casino core zone, which is our highest intensity zone in the basin. And just for context, you know, changeable, a change every, or 12 times every hour is a change every 5 minutes, you know, which you can stand out there for 5 minutes, and watch and wait for the sign to change. It's going to feel like a while. So, you know, from anecdotally speaking, but with regards to the IEC, there's no significant impacts found there. And additionally, there were the rezoning on Kingsbury Manor was analyzed in the IEC as well, where there were no significant impacts were found from that, and it meets the findings for rezoning in terms of you know, being adjacent to the zone that it's being included in, and the justification. We found that it met those findings.
Thank you. I appreciate that being part of the discussion.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you, Jacob. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Steve Teixeira, I probably have more history with this area than anybody in this room. I was actually the chair of the community plan team for State Line, Kingsbury, and Round Hill. I would characterize the amendment that's before us right now as a cleanup amendment. As Kate said, it's been pending at Douglas County. No action was taken a long time ago. It was never brought here, but it is now. I'm very familiar with the Kingsbury, the mobile home park area. That was a mistake to begin with, that it wasn't all one parcel inside the plan area. I'm very familiar with the history of the Hall family at Lake Tahoe. I used to be the executive director of a board that Tom Hall sat on, and they're really good folks and good Tahoe people. And again, I look at this as a cleanup amendment, something that should have been taken care of a long time ago. I'm glad it's before us today. So that's my little historical comment.
Always good, Steve. Thank you. Hitch.
Hey, Jake, is it reasonable to assume for the signage in your analysis for the changeable message sign that the standard you're trying to achieve is that it's not blinking, it's not flashing, it's not moving. So when it changes every 10 minutes, you can make that finding that there's no significant effect on the scenic resources of the Tahoe Basin. Is that reasonable to assume that?
Jacob Stock for the record, that's reasonable to assume. That I'll just correct you that the changes every 5 minutes that's being proposed,
Yeah,
but
the finding is it's not moving, it's not blinking, and it's not flashing.
exactly, yes.
Thank you. Oh, for the record, it's John Hitchcock.
Thank you, John. Garth.
Garth Alling for the record. Mr. Hitchcock, can you define a blinking sign?
I would defer to TRP on that one.
Mr. Stock, can you define a blinking sign?
I would have to get back to you on a definition of blinking sign, but I can do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little concerned about this sign change. And you know, reading in the memo, Kate, it says here, you know, signage regulations were inadvertently omitted. Did anyone go back into the record of when this change was made back in 2013 to look and see if there was any discussion of this at that point in time?
Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. This is a new sign regulation. This rotation was not part of the signage regulations that were omitted. I didn't see a discussion. This has come up more recently when we started looking back into these amendments, the signage regulation. For the
Okay, so,
rotating
so
sign.
basically what I'm reading here is that signage regulations were inadvertently omitted. That's not a true statement?
No, it is a true statement. It's for the ones from the community plans. I think I suggested that the ones from the one slide. Could you go back to the slides with the sign? Keep going right there. So this amendment would also include, so the first one are the ones that were omitted. And then the second is the rotation. That is an addition to the ones that were omitted.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
You're
So that, so the rotation is new. And this has never been discussed before. I personally do not support this increase in frequency. And Jacob, is it my understanding that there's no other area within the basin that has this proposed frequency of 12 cycles per hour and changing of the signs? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. While standing there for 5 minutes for waiting for the sign to change, as you stated earlier, may seem like a very long time. I don't necessarily think it's appropriate in the location that we have here in Lake Tahoe. You know, a blinking sign, Steve, you were saying something that goes fast. I think a high frequency of change like this is sort of outside of sort of the scenic, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say, but I don't feel like it's integrity, the scenic integrity. I don't think it's appropriate that we have signs that change like this. You know, you give them an inch, they take a mile. I think that the existing standard of 4 cycles per hour is fine. And we reduce it, or, you know, we increase that to 12. A proposal comes back in the future, then it's 1. And then next thing we know, here we are in Las Vegas. And so personally, I don't think this is good for our community, and I will not support that portion of it.
Thanks, Garth. Just to clarify, this would include the signs at the casinos on Highway 50, right?
Kate Morales O'Neill for the record, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Crystal Jacobson for the record. I tend to agree with the comments about the changing sign, but I do have a question for the 4 changes. For the standard in general on the changing sign, are there exceptions for emergencies? Because that was brought up, and I just feel like there's always an exception for an emergency. So if there was an emergency responders could probably request that sign be changed as much as they want, I would think. But just curious about that. But I tend to agree. You start making changes in frequency of the sign, and before you know it, it looks like Vegas. So that's a comment on the sign piece. On the rezone for that split parcel, we have a lot of parcels like that too that are split zone. It's unfortunate. It's I come from planning. It's always hard when you're working with an applicant that's got split zoning property. But just for some context, back in 2017, our area plan was amended and we made a change to our town center in Tahoe City. And in doing that, we actually had to do it like for like in terms of the acreage that was included into the town center and pull out some that was in the town center. And in doing that, we also had to, there were some concessions. We needed to demonstrate, there were some special policies that were developed about additional SEZ restoration. Like if a applicant of that on that site came in the future, they would have to do additional SEZ restoration, among other things. So there were some concessions that were made. And in this one, given that it's a mobile home park, it is, I understand the story that the property owner or the trustee spoke to. I do, even though they're dated, right? These units are dated and there's a few that are vacant. They are affordable. I mean, people living in those units are living there because they're affordable, right? So even though it may be cost prohibitive for them to upgrade those units, that site, the entirety of that mobile home park has been used for affordable housing. And we have a housing crisis in the basin. And so I would think that if we were to extend the town center boundary to, well, one question is you could pull back the town center boundary. If the goal is to make sure that that site isn't split zoned, you could propose that it comes out of the town center altogether. But I think if they're going to go into the town center, they're getting a whole lot of goodies, right? They're going to get all these incentives, the height and the density. And so if you do that, I would only support that if there was a policy, some sort of special policy about future development of that site being I don't know if it's encouraged or a shall, but go towards affordable housing. So that's my comment on that. Thanks.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Crystal. Kate, do you want to respond?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Just to make a couple comments in regards to what you shared. As far as taking away the zoning from a legal standpoint, and I think AJ could help, to take away someone's development rights is not something the county felt was feasible. Again, I would agree with Mr. Teixeira that this is a cleanup. It is not the owner's fault that this happened. This was an error on whether it was the county or TRPA. I don't know, when that South Shore Area Plan boundary was and Town Center boundary was made. As far as future development, I think the key word there is future. It is, we, from the county standpoint, we feel any mitigation measures is premature. When a project, and if a project was to come forward, I feel that that's when mitigation measures would be addressed for whatever project they might be bringing forward. There are already references in TRPA code that would address, I mean, when you displace mobile housing, if that was to happen, I mean, the state of Nevada itself has very stringent rules on what happens when you do that. But the owner, as they did in 2015, have agreed, and it is in the zoning text amendment, would limit the height to 35 feet. Whatever they were bringing in. So they agreed to that in 2015. They agreed to that today. But further mitigation from the county standpoint, we feel is very premature. They haven't brought a project forward. And if they did in the future, that's the time where you discuss mitigation. To put on the property that it would have to be affordable. From the county standpoint, and AJ, if you want to jump in, we just feel that is not something the county's prepared to do.
You want to jump in, AJ, or are you good?
Well, I just want just to reiterate what Kate was saying. And this is AJ Hames for the record. There isn't any project proposed. As far as the owners know, this was done 10 years ago, and they haven't made any effort to develop that parcel. So certainly when development occurs, all of that would come into play, right? We would be looking at whether that housing can be replaced somewhere else, things like that. But at this point in time, there really isn't any proposal. And as Kate noted in her presentation, the uses are expanding, but they're not just commercial uses or tourist uses. There's actually new residential uses that wouldn't currently be allowed on that 4-acre parcel. It's the only permitted residential use as a matter of right is single family residential. And then you can have a mobile home park with a special use permit. But under the new zoning, you would actually be able to incorporate employee housing, multifamily residential housing, and a number of other different uses. As Kate also noted, it's a commercial area. It's only accessible by traveling through a commercial area to get to that park. It's not connected to any other residential neighborhoods by road or anything like that. So it wasn't just a matter of taking a split zoned parcel and fixing it. It was, this is the better, more appropriate use for that parcel.
Can I ask a question real quick, Ashley? Would short-term rentals be allowed on this parcel? Are they allowed now, and would they be allowed if they went into the town center?
Yeah, under Douglas County Code, a short-term rental is allowed in any residential zoning district, provided that they get a vacation home rental permit from the county.
So they
At the
would
time.
be allowed currently, and they will be allowed in the future.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody who owned one of the mobile homes on that parcel wanted to turn it into a short-term rental, they could in theory do that. They would have to go through the permitting process. But that wouldn't change under the new zoning designation.
Okay, thanks. And then just to follow up on Crystal's comment, if, by going into a town center boundary, there are a significant number of allowances that would be allowed there. So if we don't try to put any sideboards on that, a redevelopment of the project would have a lot more opportunity, say, to not provide affordable housing. On the other hand, they could. It depends on what the developer's after.
Right, and that's when I think you would perform that analysis. There was one restriction and it was a height restriction, so.
But my question is, when that future project comes, that won't come to APC, it probably won't come to governing board, that would be handled just at, it would be permitted by TRPA, because I think you do the permitting for Douglas County, but what, can you just tell us, what would I'm assuming it would be some discretionary action. What would the process be for that future project to come in if this amendment happens today? Would there be a public process? Could the applicant come in with a building permit that's just ministerial and do activities on this rezoned parcel?
So Jacob Stock, for the record, I can speak high level on that. It would depend on the proposed use. So if this is a multifamily, in any case, it's a project in Douglas County, so it would be reviewed by TRPA staff. If this were a multifamily or a condominium project, I believe would have to go to the governing board or the hearings officer. I don't have that off the top of my head, but that's in chapter 2 of the code, and I could get back to you on different scenarios. In the case of a proposal for condominiums, it would be a project would be subject to our regulations on subdivision, and any loss of affordable housing would have to be replaced 1-to-1. That's in the case of a condominium proposal. In the case of a tourist accommodation proposal, where there isn't a subdivision, that replacement requirement wouldn't be effective. So it really depends on what the proposal is. There are safeguards for certain uses, changes from, for example, mobile home park to condominium, that don't exist for changes from mobile home park to hotel or to multifamily rental.
Okay, kind of depends, but I just wanted to get a little flavor of future review. Let me go to Ashley. She was next, and then Robert, and then Eric.
Thank you, Ashley Cyber. A couple of questions that are going to bring in a little bit about one of the other topics that's not on the agenda for today, but I'd like to use it as an illustration. So there's a little bit of a chicken and the egg kind of an issue with these area plan amendments. The concern from the Forest Service, specifically the ones that have an impact or are adjacent to general forest. And in this particular area here, whatever happened back in the day, there was really no buffers put in between the town centers and the general forest. And so we set ourselves up for these conflicting uses. And in this particular location, there's less of an issue with impacting recreation, for example. But where the concern comes in is in looking at, so we had the conversations about that related to the Barton proposal. And so that ended up getting changed, and essentially the project and the area plan amendment are going through as one, which makes a lot more sense with being able to actually evaluate the impacts of the actual impacts of what that's going to do. So in this location, if we approve the amendment today, now it becomes town center. now we are potentially not looking at, you know, APC or board approval for a future project coming in. And in looking at the IEC for this amendment, I don't think I'm wrong, but I think every single one here says is marked a no. I think every single impact is marked a no. If you're thinking of to yourself, okay, if we're analyzing for an amendment, I would think you would have to analyze for all the potential uses that could, you know, potentially spur on that site. And so coming back to this chicken or the egg thing, we've got, you know, we're looking at approving something that we're saying has absolutely no impact. When that seems unknown at this point, given what the potential changes in those locations could be. And so I guess maybe a suggestion is if it's, you know, similar to the Barton project, maybe this waits until there actually is a project that can be evaluated in that location, since there's such a difference in what's currently there, what could be proposed there, and then this conflicting uses with you know, pieces like general forest immediately adjacent to that. Because the other question that I have is, we talked about some of the height restrictions, like the 35 feet. That sounds like that's a piece with Douglas County. Because if it's gonna get amended, potentially any height increases that we allow then with a future amendment would apply to this site. Is that not correct?
No, so this was one of the, if you want to call it a mitigation, that again, the owner agreed to, and TRPA and Douglas County agreed to. So this is for that particular parcel. Any future development, whatever project, would be limited to 35 feet. So even that with this zoning change. So it is in the zoning text note as a footnote that this particular parcel would be limited to 35 feet.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I don't know that that's necessarily reflected in this IEC here. I don't see any no's with mitigation. I just see no's. So I think that would be my comment related to the IEC, is that I don't know that this is actually evaluating sort of potential impacts, you know, from the possible uses in the future. Understanding that it's, you know, when you do these area plans, you don't have the specific project, but you have to talk about the range of things that might occur and how that might then have an impact on that location. And that's all. Thank you.
May I just respond or
Please.
offer a comment there? Graham St. Michelle, for the record. So I just want to respond to Ms. Seibert that we did look at the IEC. I think from a legal perspective, it's sufficient. I think it passes legal standard. You do not need to analyze in a zoning change every potential impact that could possibly be there. The concept of evaluating and, you know, impacts and mitigation measures at a project level is very well established. So I just want to make sure that that we have that understanding. You know, one of the concepts or things with area plans is to give local jurisdictions more agency in formulating their own policies and land use decisions. And so the way that we're looking at this, or especially from a legal perspective, the way that I'm looking at it is, you know, there's nothing that I would not say that the fact that their proposal does not include upfront mitigation on a policy level somehow makes this legally deficient. Again, the concept of being able to mitigate and analyze impacts on a project level remains, and it's a well-established practice.
That's helpful, Graham. Yeah, go ahead, Ellery.
Graham, that's very helpful. You beat me to the punch because I was going to ask you a little bit about the environmental analysis. When I first saw the slide with the split parcel showing the smaller component under the higher density land use designation, and then the larger piece of the parcel under the lower impact, lower density land use, my thought was, well, if we were now to include the entirety of the parcel in town center, that could result in incrementally higher traffic, higher water quality impacts. And so even though they may not be large in the grand scheme of things, they would potentially be higher than what was previously analyzed for the plan. So I just wanted to ask a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I think my response would, to bring it back to, that is correct, I believe, and just to bring it back to the IEC and that discussion in there. And we'd have to look back through that at what it says about traffic and all the different types of environmental impacts that our IECs do look at. Anything anyone down there would add, or?
I would add one thing, and this is sort of in response to Ms. Stoller's comment, and also in response to Mr. Ferry's comment, with regard to the level of review for something that would come in to potentially replace this mobile home park. Karen did some quick research for us, and there is a provision in the code that states that the creation or elimination of a mobile home park of more than 10 units requires a governing board review and approval. So any redevelopment of this parcel, whatever it is, will be reviewed and by the governing board.
And would it strengthen anything to add that policy to the area plan? So is that like buried in TRPA's code somewhere where someone might miss that? I don't know. Karen, of course, Karen found it.
And Jacob, I think if we go back to our emails, this was one of the reasons we knew that was already part of code. And it was just reinforcing that mitigation at this time is too premature. So I don't feel that, I mean, it's in code being buried. I mean, it's up to,
I definitely hear you, but it didn't come up until Karen found it. So it wasn't presented, which I think would have helped us. What do you think, Karen? Do you want to chime in quickly?
Thank you, Karen Fink. We do have a section in chapter 2 that just lists the different types of projects that require hearings officer, governing board review. And so it's in there. I don't think that we would miss it. We do check to see what type of review every project needs.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Robert, and then Eric.
Robert Ehrlich. I'm kind of new to this, so what would be the mitigation from county or TRPA if affordable housing is not part of a future project? And what's been the experience of TRPA in the county when other mobile home parks in the area have been replaced?
Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. Let's talk about past. So with the Tahoe Beach Club, I believe there were 155 units. Of those 155, TRPA determined 55 of those were considered affordable. So the applicant was required to provide 55 deed restricted apartments or units. Yes. And in Oliver Park too, I believe. So that would be applicable at that time. If they were to replace with, as Jacob mentioned, residential, condos or something to that effect.
So that would be a TRPA, or the county would have a requirement to replace an equal number of the affordable, the units determined to be affordable ones in the mobile home park if it is replaced with something other than housing that's affordable.
I'll make one, Jacob Stock for the record, I'll make one caveat to that. That's in the subdivision, that requirement is in the subdivision regulations of the code. So it only applies to if the units are subdivided. So if they're made into condominiums. So if the mobile home park were to be replaced with condominiums as it was at Beach Club, then that requirement would go into effect. If it's replaced with something else, then the requirement would not go into effect.
So if it would be Robert Ehrlich, if it's replaced by a commercial building of some type, is there a requirement to replace affordable housing?
It sounds like the chapter 2 finding comes into play because there's more than 10 units.
Yes, Jacob Stock, my understanding is the chapter 2 requirement is a procedural requirement. So it's chapter 2 lays out procedures for how projects are reviewed. So chapter 2 requires that any project here would go to the governing board, and the governing board could have, has discretionary discretionary approval or a review of that, and could add mitigation requirements at that time. But there's no replacement requirements in the Code of Ordinances. There are requirements for relocation of residents that are in the Nevada revised statutes. So it's not TRPA, but Nevada rules. And I think the attorneys would have to speak to that because that's not my area of expertise.
Graham St. Michelle, and just to, yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, but when it comes to the governing board on a project that requires discretionary approval, that at that time we have more information about what exactly that project is. And we look at, everyone's familiar with we look at the environmental impacts. The housing section would talk about the fact that it's removing X number of units. This is what happened with the beach club that Kate was referring to. And then at that point, even though it's not a requirement of the code necessarily, it could be, those mitigation measures could be imposed as a condition of part of the approval.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, and then we'll go to Eric. Yep.
Apologize if this isn't, if this is a dumb question, but was possibly a boundary line adjustment or a parcel split entertained as a solution to the split parcel issue?
Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. From what I understand from original, there was conversation about that. They did that was not the conclusion with the owners of the parcel at that time, the interest, nor bringing it back again. We felt the consistent zoning was the best solution to what they wanted to do.
And Chair, if I may, AJ Ames, just by way of explanation, the parcel is used, every piece of it, for the mobile home park. So since there hasn't been any proposed development of the park, there's no desire to split it because it is essentially being used as an entire single parcel, and there's no plan to really change that in the near future. So I think that's why there wasn't a lot of interest on the part of the landowner to parcel up what is essentially a single use parcel.
Okay, sounds good. Eric?
Thank you, Eric, on Washoe County. I keep reminding myself that here in a few minutes, we're going to be asked to make findings. And that's what I always remind myself of. And that's why I appreciate that the discussion here has now turned towards the IEC. What is the evaluation of the project? What are the impacts of the project? I will say that I have often seen an IEC that I didn't agree with. But I don't, and I might have a question about it. But at the end of the day, General Counsel and TRPA staff says we're confident in this IEC. So that's what I go with. But I need that on the record. I need that to be part of the discussion. And I'm going to keep bringing that up. I apologize. I don't mean to be obnoxious, but that's important to me. That when I'm asked to vote on making the findings, because that's what we're actually voting on. Can you make these findings? I need, as part of the public record to see in there that yes, I can or can't do it. So this conversation has now turned towards those issues. I appreciate that. I feel more confident now. And I will say that in regard to the expansion of the boundary, I don't feel like I can say, I can be negative about it in my vote because of the loss of housing. Until we have, because of a potential loss of housing, until we have a firm policy and perhaps some code about maintenance and replacement of housing that's lost due to new development, I don't know where that's going to show up in the review and my ability to make finding about it. I think due to this discussion, it seems like it might be a good idea that we have a more robust approach to maintenance and approach and replacement of housing that's lost due to new development. But until that exists, I can't use it as part of my evaluation. My evaluation is to look at those uses. What is the impact of expanding those uses further onto this acre? I look at the IEC and the discussion of it. I always look to this board for the discussion. The discussion that we have here is really important to me. So I'm comfortable with that change. And I can't, if we lose housing in the future, that will be regrettable. Perhaps Douglas County or TRPA will say, hey, we see this coming. Maybe we need a more robust approach to the loss of housing when development occurs. I would support that. But today I support the amendment because the analysis makes sense. In regard to the sign, I'm not an advocate or a subscriber to the slippery slope concept of analysis. I don't believe in the slippery slope. I believe you make your decisions in the moment. So I'm not worried about becoming Las Vegas. If we become Las Vegas, that's on us in the future, not because of what we did today. My issue with the sign change is kind of the lack of some sort of an analysis that helps me understand it. And maybe we don't need that. Maybe it's not that important. But, you know, what does it mean to blink? I don't know. Some people stand there and look at it. Some people ride their bikes. Some people in their cars. Some people walk. I don't know the impact of these. It's not something that's ever really been on my radar as part of my long career in planning. I don't know about it. I would have to have some input, some analysis of what does it mean to make this change. And the analysis would hinge on some sort of an established threshold that we might have, or some sort of information that says this is what this cycle means and this is what this cycle means. Even if it's just based on some sort of a public input process that we do around the basin that says, hey, this is fine with us. We believe that this is the standard that we should have, and we'll evaluate electronic messages from here on out based on this standard. I don't know that we really have that. I don't know that's what this was, how this was analyzed. I haven't made up my mind on this yet at all. And I don't see a problem with every 5 minutes. I mean, to be honest, I'm like, I don't have a problem with every 5 minutes, but that's anecdotal. That's just me. That's just based on my feeling. And I think that's what all of us are doing it on. It's just based on our feeling.
Well,
So-
is there an industry standard for
I'm
sign
just asking
changing?
for some help on that, and I'll make up my mind on how to vote on this later. But the general message that I'm giving is I need during presentations, I need information that helps me make the findings. That's what I need, and that's what I rely on. So thank you, everybody.
I think that's good direction. Yeah, is there we heard based on Garth's question earlier that there is no sign in the basin that would change at this frequency. It sounds like 4 is 4 industry standard. Is there an industry standard? Does TRPA have a standard? So what is it, Steve? Do you know? Can you help us?
I can speak to that, Jacob Stock, for the record. The current standard in the high density tourist core that this would be changing is 4 changes, 4 cycles per hour. So every 15 minutes, there's a change. And this is proposing to increase it to 12 cycles per hour. And I just looked, just looking on Google Maps, the amount of time that it takes to walk across the tourist core from Harrah's to the event center, it takes 6 minutes. So there would be 1 sign change over the course of that walk.
Do you know when the event center went through its permitting process, did they obviously didn't ask for more sign change frequency. They were comfortable with 4 changes running that event center, it sounds like.
I think that's correct. This is Graham St. Michelle, that they did not ask, as far as I know, they did not ask for a change at that time, the event center.
My Steve to share for the record, my recollection is no, they did not ask for a change at that time. The change is being requested now. I think it's important to understand that the event center was contemplated as a shelter-in-place location. So I think the previous comment that was made about the sign changes a little faster could be advantageous in an emergency to direct people coming into the core where the shelter location is, those kinds of things. There are limitations to, this is not my area of expertise, but in terms of the operation of an electronic message sign, there are limitations that you have to actually have the mechanism in place in the sign to change it. So, there's going to be some changes that are necessary, but, to Ms. Jacobson's point earlier, I don't know that you can do that based on an emergency direction from a fire chief or a law enforcement officer. I think you have to have the mechanism in place to do that. So I just want to make sure that that was part of the record of the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Graham St. Michelle, I just wanted to, I'm hearing from Mr. Young some feedback to provide more discussion. Maybe we bring in some of the IEC discussion and analysis into our presentations at these meetings. That would help. I can't memorize all of the analysis in the IEC, but I have it on my computer. It's 116 pages. I think sometimes people think that these IECs are just very, very brief. There is some analysis there. And the impacts in the IEC are all tiered to or tied to the thresholds. So, there's scenic and there's light and glare and things like that that are kind of predefined impacts that we look at. And there's a section about changeable message signs and how, the scenic analysis, the sort of explanation that Jacob gave about how long it takes to walk through the core. That's the type of thing that you see. Yeah. And I didn't respond fully to Ms. Stoller's comment too. There's a lot of material in there about VMT and sort of the incremental, and the IEC looks at 4 different types of potential, comparing the existing with what it would look like if it was a commercial. And so there is a lot of that discussion that we include. So just wanted to point that out.
Thanks, Graham. And just, this is should be obvious to APC. We're making a recommendation today to the governing board. We aren't approving this project. So just so you know, Mr. Hall, but this is what APC is here for. Obviously we're raising some issues that we're concerned about. And I think regardless of how we vote, to me, the value of APC in this discussion is that the board members, reflect on and take into account our concerns here. And they're going to make their vote one way or another on this proposed action. So we'll see how the motions shake out, but I just wanted to state that. Go ahead, Hitch.
For the record, John Hitchcock, to Graham's point, I'm actually looking at the IEC as it relates to housing. It actually says that the impact's less than significant, and it points out that even without the amendment itself, the potential for a non-resident project of an impact and result in loss of housing is feasible. It can be there, but because of the regulations in place, any sort of project level environment review would require analysis by TRPA and potential, and then mitigating that impact at the project level. So environmental analysis didn't simply say no. It actually went through an analysis that said there is a potential impact, but it's less than significant because of current regulations in place that would mitigate the loss of affordable rental type housing. Just want to bring that up.
That's helpful. APC members online, we haven't gone to you. Does anyone have a comment? I see shaking heads. Okay, nope. Ashley, and then Kate, we'll go to you.
Can I ask a clarifying question on this particular IEC, but just these types of IECs in general? Like for Barton, there was, kind of a specific public comment period that included that IEC. Do these all have, public comment periods associated with them? I'm not as familiar with, TRPA's NEPA as far as the IEC and the process for that. So just curious if there was a public comment period associated with the preparation of this IEC. And then secondly, maybe a request for, or a question as to, would the time to discuss the findings, and concerns that we have with the findings, is that passed, or is that something we would talk about in this group here? Thank you.
Jacob Stock, I can respond to the environmental question, and then I'll just say for the findings, and Graham can correct me if I'm wrong, that this is the time if you have issues with the findings to, speak up and because you will be asked to make findings as an APC member. Regarding the IEC and the Barton example that you gave. So the Barton changes are being analyzed through an environmental assessment, which is a higher level of environmental review that includes a public scoping period. And so that was, this last month of January that we had that public scoping period. For an IEC, those don't require a public scoping period. There is a time for the IEC is posted with the packet, so it can be reviewed by the public the same way that the public can review anything else in a packet, but there's not a designated scoping period in the same way that there is for a higher level of environmental review.
Can I ask a quick question about enforcement of the signs? I mean, who's out there making sure it only changes 4 times an hour, and if it goes to 12 and they do it 13? I mean, is this, I don't want to say that, is this a moot point? Because it's not. How is it, is someone going to go tell the casinos, hey, now you can change your sign 12 times? And then is there someone actually doing that? And is someone actually making sure they're doing that?
Jacob Stock, I can respond to this because I remember you, Mr. Ferry, you asking the same question a few months ago when we were talking about outdoor lighting. I don't know if you remember that, but this question of enforcement came up then as well. And typically, at TRPA, enforcement is done by complaint. So if someone notices that you know, for I'll use an example of outdoor lighting, that someone has outdoor lighting that's not appropriately shielded, they can file a complaint with TRPA, and there's an enforcement action can be taken. And my understanding would be that the same would apply to changeable message signs.
If I may help with Mr. Young's question earlier, with an AI assisted answer to your question on frequency, most of it's done to keep drivers from being distracted, and they limit it to 6 to 8 seconds. So, and they also limit brightness relative to time of day and things like that, but the frequency is 6 to 8 seconds for driving.
I mean, can we recommend something different besides 12? I mean, we just feel like we don't have anything to grasp onto here. Like 12 came out of the thin air, sort of. Like, can we say, let's double it and go to 8 and we're okay with that? Is that even helpful? Is that something we can do? Rather than just voting no. I'm just sensing sort of heartburn about the sign frequency, right? And maybe you didn't anticipate this heartburn. I'm sensing that, so I'm asking like our universe here, sort of. AJ, do you want to tell us where 12 came from?
I don't know where 12 came from. Do you know where 12 came from?
This was in discussion like over the course of the amendments. It did come from the event center. It just seemed like the consensus was disseminating information. It's that simple, more frequently. And also the positive notes came from certain situations when you have the golf tournament, or, you know, where you can just disseminate information more quickly. And that every 15 minutes, some of the establishments just seem to be struggling because, as Steve said, again, I'm not an expert, but it does sound like program is not just as easy as just, you know, someone sitting there doing the thing. So I think it was pretty, and I think they were comparing it to other areas that utilize the same type of, you know, sign, not necessarily Vegas, but cities that have, you know, more electronic signage in their downtown. That's my recollection.
And I just want to add, it's AJ Hames again for the record. And we deal with this all the time with our planning commission as well. We don't know why you chose this, and can we choose something different? I mean, this is what's been brought to you. It's basically a change in sign every 5 minutes, and you have to decide based on your own standards, based on the environmental impact checklist that was completed, or the initial environmental checklist that was completed. Does it meet the required findings? And it does. Yeah, they could have done 6 minutes or 7 minutes. It's like those ab videos from the 80s. I think the minute is whoever designs it, they choose it, and then there's an analysis that's done. In this case, whoever chose 5 chose 5. The analysis was completed, and the analysis shows no significant impact. So that's what we are presenting today is we are presenting a sign change that does not have a significant impact. And if you want something else, I don't know what the justification would be, since this has no significant impact.
Thank you. I think I may be inclined to vote for it. I do regret that there wasn't more of a initial analysis for us here in the discussion about things like, well, it takes this long to drive from this point to that point, to ride a bike from this point to that point, to walk from this point. Because we're in a situation where we have to be the arbiters of what's reasonable, because we don't have an actual threshold. And I'm fine with trying to be reasonable. I think a reasonableness standard is reasonable. And after hearing 6-minute walk from here to here, that's one change in the sign. I have to say, I think that's reasonable. And we're not talking about safety any longer because we understand that there's been a safety standard thrown out on the table for us to understand. So now we're trying to understand what's reasonable in terms of a scenic impact. I think that's where I've landed. And while I would have appreciated maybe more of the IEC discussion around that issue being part of the discussion here today, I think it did come up. I think I was provided with some information that helps me make a reasonable decision. And so I'm willing to listen to everybody else as always to hear that I'm unreasonable. But at this point, I feel like that the 5-minute standard is a reasonable standard that we can be comfortable with based on the IEC that was done and the discussion we've had today. So thank you.
Let's go to Crystal and then Hitch, and then we're gonna hear public comment. And then we'll bring it back to APC and we'll vote on these motions. Okay, go ahead, Crystal.
You know, I'll just wait actually until after public comment.
Okay. Hitch, do you want to go?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna probably age myself here, but speaking as a former TRPA employee and actually as the resource program manager for, I don't know, 10 plus years, I can give you some background on the whole changeable message sign, and that all came during the 1990s. And and this is my professional opinion as a the scenic resource program at the time, the intent was to prohibit signage that flash, blinked, and changed continuously. And part of the debate and agreement at the time is that the agency, we were okay with change mesh sign as long as they didn't continue to blink and flash. And I think in this case, what is being proposed here still meets that original intent. I mean, the idea was not to create a distraction, and having a sign, a changeable mesh sign change in 5 minutes, I don't believe would create a distraction. And the fact of the matter that once the sign changes, it's still static, right? The text is static, the image is static, the iconographic is static. Intent is we didn't want to see moving images like a TV like you see down in Las Vegas or down in Reno or Times Square. So that's just my 2 cents from the past.
Yeah, that's helpful. Kate?
Yeah, just real quick, because I would like to acknowledge Mr. Young's sentiment, because I can appreciate, a more heftier discussion on the IEC and what the findings were. I have, from a county's perspective, this is not a document required by the county. It is required by TRPA. The county had to contract and pay an environmental specialist assent to perform these duties, to perform the IEC. Unfortunately, actually, Nanette was here from Ascent. The presentation went longer. She had to leave at 11, so it's unfortunate. I always like to have my wingmen and women because I don't want to pretend I'm a specialist within the IEC. I don't feel it's appropriate for me to talk about a traffic study when that document's required for the county. So I can appreciate wanting to hear more. I don't feel like it's my place. I mean, I can read what it says. I think that's why it's included in the agenda packet for us to read, but it can be challenging. You want that specialist who actually performed these duties. And unfortunately, she really was here. She stayed until 11 o'clock. Is she? Oh my gosh, you're back. Unfortunately, she is back. We probably don't want to get into that at this point, but that is why, Mr. Young, I think I don't dive into specifics about the IEC. That's why we pay people to do it that really know what they're doing. But I appreciate, and I think there's something that could be worked in, ensuring that those people are there to address those problems. That's all I wanted to comment on.
Thought that was Nanette that came back. My eyes are getting older, but so Ms. Carr, I see you just raise your hand. So let's go to Ms. Carr and then we're gonna go to public comment.
Thanks. So since I'm here on my computer, I have the benefit of being able to look more deeply into these documents and the hundreds of pages that we get. For those maybe in the room that don't have it handy, on page 77 of the IEC, it talks about the changeable signs in relationship to the scenic element. It talks about existing code regulations allowing one changeable sign in connection with a project containing a gaming use, gas station, theater marquee, recreational public uses, and institutional uses within the Kingsbury Commercial Town Center and high-density tourist district. 2 changeable signs are allowed for projects that have both gaming and theater. If you go down to the bottom, I think it gets to Mr. Young's sort of desire to have more info. It does actually say that at a frequency of 5 minutes per cycle, it's not likely that the change cycle would be more noticeable to individuals than under current conditions. Persons traveling along US 50 may be somewhat more likely to observe a change cycle, but given the average speed of travel on US 50, the effect of seeing it would not be different than the effect of seeing a change cycle under the current conditions with the 15-minute change.
Thanks, Jennifer. Okay. Thanks, APC. Let's hear from public comment. So we're first going to go to public commenters in the room, and then we'll go online. So again, to participate in the meeting, go to trpa.gov, click on APC meeting. There you'll find a link to our webinar. And you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen for online participants. But first we'll go into the room. So please go ahead, turn the microphone on and introduce yourself. And you've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kirk Walder. I am a member of the Douglas County Planning Commission. I am not speaking for that group right now, but I have the knowledge of what the Douglas County governmental bodies have done and like to report on some comments that I think have been made. First of all, these proposals have been thoroughly reviewed and approved unanimously by the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners in Douglas County. We reviewed all of the findings. The zoning change is simple. It's correcting a mistake that we made. And that should be enough to have you approve that. It's just patently unfair to penalize an owner for a mistake that a governmental agency made. The sign amendment, I'd like to point out, applies to all electronic signs, which would include temporary traffic signs. This is very important for efficient traffic management and safety. We have a lot of special events, Harvey's concerts, the golf tournament, the event center events. In the case of evacuations, shelter in place, these signs are essential to be able to change every 5 minutes. It's just waiting for an accident to happen if you keep a temporary sign from changing every 5 minutes and limit it to 15 minutes. Sometimes they would notify you that the Bally's garage would be full, avoids traffic, avoids pollution. It's a very, very logical change. And if other Tahoe jurisdictions don't have these signs, regulations in place, they can change their signs every minute. You could be signs at the Y that would change every minute, signs in the North Shore that would change every minute. This is a logical change for this area. Finally, I think you should trust the reviews that have done by the governing bodies where these jurisdictions apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ellie.
Good afternoon. Ellie Waller. I'll start that the South Shore Area Plan process is the most confusing process I've ever reviewed and commented on. I was a citizen representative selected for the Placer County North Tahoe West team. That process took several years with comment and integral engagement with the public. I want to thank the two that are here today. The original 2013 area plan for Douglas was not redlined, but a cleaner version was nicer to be able to look at. The public had difficulty determining if there was something left on the cutting room floor. I do not believe this was just a rewrite to fix past issues. The tentative approval of the South Shore Area Plan schedule, June 13th, there was a town hall. This goes to the findings, thank you, Member Young, that it was not required to be noticed to the public. We know what the requirements at the different levels of IEC, EA, EIR. Douglas County then further came to the Regional Plan Committee on June 26th. Douglas County was supposed to be scheduled for July 9th. Douglas County Planning Commission, Douglas County Board of Commissioners, August 1st. Oops, they forgot to put in a scheduled second hearing with TRPA. Ultimately was going to approve this in October of 2024, according to that original schedule. Next scheduling hiccup was August 13th. Douglas County Planning Commission turned into presentation only. Then the summit was the next day. Then Douglas County Board of Commissioners first reading. Again, I'm just a member of the public that has participated for over 20 years, and I appreciate this body of people here and what you take up. I'm sure I'm going to talk more than 3 minutes. I'm asking just for another couple because this is really important. You can cut me off when you think it's appropriate. You did this long discussion about the sign changes. Be reminded that there will be another Douglas County amendment after the Barton process. As discussed here, and as Ms. Carr read, the town center also will be affected by this request. And I appreciate that that comes into the record. It's not just the casino corridor. My questions go on to ask, what is being done to remedy the Scenic Highway Unit 32 non-attainment? I recommend that it should have been defined a little better in the area plan. Redevelopment area number 2 generates tax increment revenues at 1.3 million earmarked for the event center. Who are the agencies that are entitled to whatever is left over? That should have been in there just for Douglas County residents. I recommend the event center. Okay, let's just skip that one. Please explain policy 3.3. What's a mixed use rental and for sale developments exempt from the residential allocation? That is another thing that, again, isn't something simply understood by the public. And many of you look at all of these different things, the 12 cycles versus the 4. I drive up here. I have to go through the casino corridor. I get distracted by people. I get distracted by a lot of things. Again, I think you should request removing this, have further study at a regional level. At this point, is there an urgency to have the 12 cycles? What else do I have? Okay, I supported that. I supported the 35-foot change as it was part of the original package. During my comments, I turned in 52 pages of comments on the original area plan as stated with Barton. 52 pages, because I believe that whole document did need the refresh, and I do appreciate the refresh. I know we have another piece that's going to come before you called the Douglas County TDAP, which is the residential areas. Again, I just hope in the future that we have a better planning process in Douglas County so the members of the public. Oh, and I didn't want to forget to thank Ms. Cyber for the town center boundary line is abutted to a residential zone and a meadow with a trailhead. I think the term she used last time was feathering, and I really appreciated that terminology. We're not just looking at a town center update. We're looking at the compatibility to the adjacency, not just the area plan itself. For this amendment, the Barton Amendment, and any future amendments that other area plans do, I still am involved somewhat on the outskirts of the Placer County updates, and I do comment on them as well. So this isn't unique for me to be in front of you, and thank you for the extra time.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. Any other members in the room? Okay, seeing none, Catherine, I'll ask you to help us with online commenters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 2 hands raised online. The first hand up is Doug Flaherty. Doug, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. The staff report IEC fails to sufficiently analyze the effects of wildfire ignitions, inform the public of wildfire risk, including evacuation timing, and does not adequately disclose the increased risk of future area plan and project impacts associated with already existing public peril roadway evacuation capacity baseline conditions. TRPN and partner agency approval of individual and cumulative Lake Tahoe Basin regional area plans and projects which increase height, density, and coverage within town centers or otherwise that make it harder for people to escape a deadly wildfire violates the Nevada State Constitution, Article 1.1, inalienable rights, which states all men have certain inalienable rights, among them which are pursuing and obtaining safety and happiness. I further point the APC to Regional Plan Goal LU 3.2, which states no person or persons shall develop property so as to endanger the public health and safety and welfare. I once again place the TahoeCleanAir.org Independent Lake Tahoe Basin Wildfire Evacuation Letter on record today, as I did during the TRPA October 24, 2024 Governing Board meeting. The 2024 South Shore Area Plan IEC fails to provide substantial evidence to make the less than significant effect finding in connection with weather impacts, which are individually limited but cumulatively considerable. And the IEC fails to provide substantial evidence to make a no finding as to whether the project may have environmental impacts which will cause substantial adverse effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly. Therefore, due to substantial new evidence regarding wildfires and Tahoe roadway wildfire evacuation capacity timing since the 2012 regional plan, the TRPA must prepare a cumulatively comprehensive EIS rather than an IEC in connection with the proposed area plan amendments. Additionally, it appears that Douglas County failed to make an application to the TRPA for the proposed area plan amendments, and therefore a dated signature by or on behalf of the applicant attesting under penalty of perjury to the truth, completeness, and accuracy of the contents of the application could not be located. And the IEC itself provided is unsigned. I guess we can just go make these studies up and put them out here in the public arena in hearings, and nobody has to sign these important documents. And finally, I wish to add for the record, in connection with this agenda item, the Joint Conservation Group letter sent to Julie Reagan and the TRPA yesterday on 2/11/25, of which copy can also be located as connected with agenda item 3 comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
The next hand raised is Toby Tyler. Toby, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, this is Toby Tyler with the Sierra Club Tahoe Area Group. I have a really simple question that was not answered during the discussion of affordable housing. And I'd really like an answer to this here for the public. Where specifically did the Tahoe Beach Club put their 55 required affordable housing units? Nobody asked that question, amazingly, and I'd really like to have that answered. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not on this agenda, but we did talk about that. Maybe we'll let you know.
And Mr. Chair, there are no more hands raised to comment.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. Let's see, Crystal, did you want to jump in after public comment? I'll close public comment, by the way, and go to you, Crystal.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question, I guess, maybe for TRPA staff, but it's Crystal Jacobson for the record. If we were to move this forward with a recommendation to the governing board, could we modify the recommendation to include some special policies around the zoning change and then maybe support certain pieces of the signage, incorporation of the sign standards, but maybe not supporting the change to the 12, changes per hour.
Graham St. Michelle for the record. Yeah, APC is an advisory commission. Um, you can make changes to your recommendation. You can vote to not recommend something. That does not prevent or preclude the governing board from taking up, this isn't a legal prerequisite basically for these to go forward. It's advisory, and the recommendation is just passed on to our governing board. The only complication I see with some of that, Ms. Jacobson, is just the kind of unique situation here with the area plan and the fact that this has moved through Douglas County. So I don't know what position that puts if you change things, components of this proposal. I don't know how that affects Douglas County and their approval process.
Thank you.
Just Robert Ehrlich, kind of on the process, are we looking to vote on the three different ones in separately or as one package? Okay.
Yeah, it'll be a package vote, but kind of just like Crystal and Graham just said, we can tweak the motion to add detail if we feel like we want to do that.
Okay, so for example, I'm inclined to support the proposal. I do have the concerns about the potential loss of affordable housing, which sounds like, Jacob, you were saying that if it was a condominium, that there's requirements to replace it, but under various other types, there may not be. And maybe we could give a sense of our concern to the board, that we'd like to make sure that the board not take consider the potential loss of affordable housing if other projects come in that might propose a different type of development there.
Yep, agreed. AJ?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AJ Hames for the record. Just to be clear on the process, so these ordinances that passed both it was a zoning map amendment and a zoning text amendment. And those ordinances were designed to implement the South Shore Area Plan. So those went through our planning commission, they went through our board of county commissioners, and at those meetings, there was significant discussion about increasing the size of the area, incorporating that mobile home park entirely. And after all of that discussion, this is what's presented now for your consideration. So you obviously, as it's been stated, you can add whatever conditions you want. Ultimately, if those conditions were adopted by the governing board, it would have to go back to Douglas County. We would have to reconsider it. Our planning commission would have to reconsider the issues that they've already considered. And then our board would have to reconsider again the issues that they've already considered. If they did not adopt the conditions that are imposed by the governing board, then we would essentially find ourselves in the same place we were 10 years ago. Everything would just die, and we would continue to have what we have currently, which is, for example, no energy conservation strategy, no incorporation of sign amendments that were omitted, and things of that nature. So that's the process.
Yep.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah, before we go to a motion, let's make sure everyone is comfortable. Go ahead, Ellery.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely appreciate the public comment that was made about the split parcel and how a private property owner shouldn't bear the brunt of a mistake that was made by a local government agency. That being said, I still see how the remedy that's proposed would result in a higher density overall. And that higher density is not offset in any manner. That's not part of the proposed solution. And I'm not comfortable with the environmental findings that were made that weren't explicit about how the environmental impact is different from the plan that was in place before. And so I hate to torpedo the entire thing with a no vote. I am kind of bummed that it's packaged in this way. But I'm just not comfortable with the split parcel, and so I'll be a no vote.
Thanks, Hillary. Anyone else want to make a comment before we go to a motion? Crystal and then Ashley.
Yeah, I just have I wrote down three sort of special policies that I would like considered with a motion. So I thought I'd just read those off. One would be that future redevelopment of the site would require governing board approval. And even though it's in the code, I think that would be something good to add to that site. The second be that low-income housing that is displaced as a result of redevelopment should be mitigated or shall be mitigated. That could be added. And then third, that property be a priority area for workforce housing in any future redevelopment.
Okay, thanks, Crystal. Ashley?
Yeah, I think I brought up just sort of vaguely some of the concerns related to the IEC, but I'll just sort of sum it up in that I don't feel that the IEC has taken into account obviously you can't analyze for, all of the potential uses, but similar to the VMT study where there was a look at, some various scenarios, I don't feel like that approach was taken with a lot of the other elements of the IEC. And from my standpoint, I don't feel like the IEC reflects the true sort of potential impact of this amendment. And so that's my standpoint, is really kind of what is actually in writing as to what the potential impact of this is. So thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Okay, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and others who've been here for a while, I'm trying to recall when I can recall raising issues with an IEC, and I can recall raising issues with particular components. Have we just rejected IECs before and said, no, we just don't, you need to go do that again, or we don't like the findings here? Have we pushed back on staff and on council and said, no, we're not accepting this?
I think we have, although I don't recall like a wholehearted rejection. I think it's been pretty piecemeal.
Well, yes,
Somebody
it would.
correct me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been.
That is something that we have set down.
I think that's directly in line with
What we do.
mission here. Yeah, this is exactly what we're here for.
Yeah, I can speak to that. On the city area planning process, we actually went back and did some more in-depth analysis on potential height and bulk mass on impacts on adjacent residential uses because of concerns.
Okay, thank you so much.
Right. Okay.
I'm
Where
prepared to
are
make
we?
a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Steve, go ahead.
First of all, let me say that I appreciate all the discussion. I think it was important to get a lot of things on the record, including the fact that what Mr. Hames said, that, this would have to go back to Douglas County if there were any significant changes made. And the relationship between the county and TRPA has been testy in the past, and I don't think that this is worth falling on anybody's sword. I think the county, as Mr. Walder said, the planning commission approved it unanimously. The board of county commissioners did. I appreciate that my colleagues have brought up some concerns and issues, but we're dealing with hypotheticals a lot of the time this morning. And what I'm looking at is what's on the paper as proposed motions. And this is not a project. This is not thinking about other things that could or couldn't happen in the future. This is essentially, as I said in the beginning, a cleanup amendment. And I view it as such, and my motions are going to be based on that. And people could, decide to vote how they want to vote on the motions. But so my first motion would be a motion to recommend approval of the required findings as described in attachment F, including a finding of no significant effect for adoption of the area plan amendment as described in the staff summary.
Okay, we have a motion. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, can her question only be on the motion, Graham?
Yeah, that's correct. Let's try to limit. I mean, if the motion, we can sort of table that and get back to discussion at your discretion, but
We need a second first.
okay.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So Ashley, why don't you go ahead and ask your question?
Just a clarifying question. If we have a yes vote, is that is there any separation between the IEC and the yes vote on the amendment? So if we're saying yes to this, are we saying, yes, we agree with the IEC findings as well as the amendment?
This is just on the findings.
The
This motion.
first motion, yeah, the first motion is the findings, which is upon which are based, those are IEC is your support for the findings.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Does that mean we have to take a vote or do we entertain a second motion at this time?
No, okay, vote on this motion.
Okay,
Mr. Teixeira is correct.
okay. Every board does it a little differently, so let's go to a vote. Tracy?
Mr. McNamara,
I vote yes.
Mr. Hitchcock,
Yes.
Mr. Drake,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson,
No.
Mr. Teixeira,
Yes.
Ms. Carr,
No.
That was a no.
oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Thank you,
Correct,
Ms. Carr.
Jennifer, was that correct?
Correct, that was a no.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Mr. Olling,
No.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Chief Stephen,
Yes.
Ms. Stala,
No.
Ms. Cyber,
No.
and Mr. Ferry.
No.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Would you just give us the stats on that?
Sure, it's 7-6. Do you want me to go back through the votes?
Okay, as long as you're comfortable with that and Graham's comfortable.
Let me get Graham to take a quick look.
And is it true, all we need is a simple majority?
Yes.
Yeah, correct. For APC, a motion passes with a majority of the quorum present and online. Yeah, I have the same count.
Okay, so the first motion passes on a 7-6 vote, and we'll go on to the second motion.
I'll be prepared to make the second motion, Mr. Chairman. This motion would be to recommend adoption of ordinance number 2025 TBA, amending ordinance 2013-05 to amend the Douglas County South Shore Area Plan as shown in attachment E.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Teixeira, a second by Mr. Young. Any questions on the motion? Okay, Tracy, back to you for a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Stala,
No.
Ms. Cyber,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Chief Stephen,
Yes.
Mr. Teixeira,
Yes.
Ms. Carr,
No.
Mr. Olling,
No.
Mr. Drake,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson,
No.
Mr. McNamara,
Yes.
Mr. Hitchcock,
Yes.
and Mr. Ferry.
No.
Mr. Chair, the motion also passes.
Okay, thank you. That one was 8-5, is that right? Okay, so that motion also passes on an 8-5 vote.
Question, can we add any suggestions for the governing board to consider are some of the issues we've raised about preserving affordable housing?
I think the only thing we can do is ask them to read our minutes, but I think our opportunity to do that was in the motion. So the motion would have had to fail. We would propose a separate motion with that
So I think,
recommendation.
not sure that's completely correct, because I think it's been a practice of Mr. Hester as our executive officer to convey to the governing board issues that were raised during the discussion of the APC. weren't part of the motion. The motion's passed as reported out here, but I think, John, you have in the past said, you know, APC wanted to make sure these issues were considered, right?
That's my experience exactly. I think of recently, the past few years, the staff has done an excellent job in reporting to the governing board, the discussion around the votes. So I've been appreciating that the last few years, and I'm confident it'll happen now.
Yes, we can convey a summary of the issues in the staff report.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, just one more thing. There was a question asked during public comment. Where did the affordable housing mitigation units go for the beach club? They all are in state line. Combination of across the street and Oliver Park.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for the discussion. Thank you for relaying our discussion to the governing board. Thank you, Jacob, AJ, and Kate. Good luck in your governing board hearing. So I'm going to suggest we are going to take a short break right now to get pizza and drinks, and then we will have a working lunch as we proceed into Alyssa's phase 2 housing amendments. Does that sound good? So let's take a couple minutes to regroup, get some lunch, and we'll move on to item 6B. Thank you. We shouldn't have had that. But we used to have short meetings, so strategically. We're learning. It sounds like it's.
Big meeting. I know. Okay. Is there a process to amend the motion, or do we have to vote the motion down? As long as the motion. Okay, because I was trying to figure out how to do that, right? I didn't figure that out quite right.
To amend. So it's.
No, it wouldn't amend the approval, but it would be, you know, I mean, could I have added something that the sense of the APC is, while we're voting to approve or not approve? Yeah, that the context is we want to express our concern that we don't feel that affordable housing has been adequately protected. Okay, so the way, once Steve made the motion, the only way to not. Okay, huh. Could you go over? Oh, okay. But that's only if it doesn't get a second, or, okay, so the other thing is to quickly be the first one to make the motion, then, if you want to have something with a condition or something on it, okay. Well, I don't think this was you know, I was close on which way to vote on it, but, yeah, but uh-huh. Right. Yeah. Okay, well. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Don't want to.
All right, we're back. We're gonna be eating a little bit as we do this, so apologize for that. I'm gonna move us on to item 6B, discussion and possible recommendation of amendments to Douglas County South Shore Area Plan to implement Phase 2 housing amendments, which provide more flexible development standards for deed restricted, affordable and workforce housing in town centers in areas zoned for multifamily. Info can be found on page 157 of your packet, and I'm gonna turn this over to Alyssa Bettinger with TRPA to present. Hi, Alyssa.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Alyssa Bettinger with TRPA. And today we're asking for your recommendation on the proposed amendments to the South Shore Area Plan. These amendments are obviously a different agenda item than the previous amendments to the South Shore Area Plan. These are TRPA staff-led amendments to the area plan to implement the Phase 2 housing amendments, which I'm sure all of you remember a lot of discussion around and your ultimate recommendation for approval back in 2023 and the governing board adoption following that recommendation. Next slide, please. So again, today, these you will be considering amendments to the South Shore Area Plan that would implement the Phase 2 housing amendments, which our board passed back in 2023. I'm not going to go into detail of what these amendments were because it was just about a year ago that these were adopted, but they were changes to height, density, coverage, and parking. Specifically for deed restricted, affordable, moderate, and achievable housing, both in town centers and areas zoned for multifamily housing. The Phase 2 amendments were are part of our larger Tahoe Living strategic priority. And so I wanted to just kind of set some context for what is included in that initiative on this slide. You can see that Phase 2 is sort of like the middle phase. We have now started working on our cultivating community phase or Phase 3. And we're full steam ahead on that process, but we are still working on implementation of the Phase 2 amendments, which is what we're talking about today. Next slide, please. So you may remember when we were talking about implementing Phase 2, there were some challenges because local jurisdictions use area plans as their zoning documents. So oftentimes they will put height and density standards in those area plans. And so when we make changes to our height and density, as well as coverage and parking standards in our code, we also, with the Phase 2 amendments, we needed the local jurisdictions to also make updates to their area plans. And so we gave each jurisdiction a couple different options for doing this within a year. The first option was to opt in and adopt the Phase 2 amendments as we adopted them. They could opt out alternatively and propose alternative standards that provided equal or greater benefit to building deed restricted housing as the changes that we adopted, that TRPA adopted. And then the third kind of option was following 1 year of our standards taking effect, which was last February. TRPA could assume a lead agency role and adopt the amendments into their area plan, into the local jurisdiction's area plans for them. And so this is what we're doing with Douglas County today. Douglas County has asked us to assume lead agency role, and we are doing that on their behalf. Placer County is a little different. We'll be talking about that item in the next agenda item. I also want to just give an update quickly on where the other jurisdictions are at, because it might be helpful context for you as well. The city of South Lake Tahoe amended both of their existing area plans with the phase 2 amendments back in December. So those are taken care of. And both Washoe County and El Dorado County are working on a larger amendment package that will include the phase 2 amendments, and they'll be bringing those forward in the next couple of years. And our staff is working closely with their staff to make sure that that happens. So again, I'm not going to go in detail of what those phase 2 changes were. They're included, the red line changes to the area plan are included as an attachment to the staff report. And the staff report also summarizes what those changes were. I'm happy to answer any questions, but today we are asking for your consideration of these amendments. Next slide. And if you do recommend approval of these amendments, we'll be taking these to governing board in March. And I will pass it back to Mr. Ferry for any questions.
Thanks, Alyssa. That was much shorter than I thought it was going to be. Procedurally, does it then go back to Douglas County for adoption? Does that need to happen to, yeah, maybe you want to clarify that?
Yes, Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. So when this amendment being TRPA's amendment or item, I should say, Douglas County did not have an alternative for affordable housing. So the opting in made sense. As far as the item itself, and I understand staff was following direction, but I had requested that it be brought to our board and presented. I didn't feel comfortable presenting it. Wasn't our item. And the staff was directed that they don't present to our boards. So the item we knew at this stage, Alyssa was going to be able to present to TRPA boards. Within the South Shore Area Plan amendments, we included the phase 2 language in our resolution. Our boards did not make any comments or challenge any portion of the phase 2 amendment. But I did want to on record, I think procedurally, I think that should change. I think that it should have been presented to our boards. And that's just a comment that, you know, generally, I think that procedure needs to change, that an item being brought forward by TRPA specifically should be presented to our boards, but it wasn't staff's fault. It was their direction that they had to take. But it was presented to our board, and it is part of the resolution with the language about the phase 2 housing amendment.
So the resolution that we saw in the last item, we didn't see the whole resolution maybe? Or...
No, it did. The new version to the,
okay,
which was the new version to the South Shore Area Plan, the phase 2 housing amendment language is in there. And we also did a footnote to the zoning text amendment also regarding 100% deed restricted language footnote in the zoning table. So our board approved that.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, it might help to clarify, go more general. In 2012, when the regional plan amendments, that package was adopted and area plans were created, local governments had the responsibility to tell us whether they wanted to do an area plan within 1 year. And if they did not, or even if they did, there's a provision in there that at any time the governing board decides they want to amend or take lead agency on an area plan, they can. So when this came through a little over a year ago, that was laid out that they will take that option if the local governments don't adopt within a year. So that's how we're here today. I don't mean to jump ahead, but the Nevada jurisdictions aren't under the California Environmental Quality Act. The California ones obviously are, so they will need to, Placer County, which you'll hear next, will actually have to go back and take CEQA action as well. But you'll hear about that in the next item.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All right, APC members, Eric.
I thank you. I don't have anything other than to say that Washoe County is diligently pursuing this as well. But Alyssa, it's not going to be a couple years before we come forward. We're coming forward this year. We're in the middle of it. It is part of a larger package that includes these amendments. We are seeking a little bit of that alternative route, but not in a big way. And so we're just working with TRPA staff to figure out what it means to be equal or better. A methodology that determines if what we propose is equal or better, and then we're gonna be moving down the road. So, I don't know, maybe El Dorado County be a couple of years, but we're gonna be a few months. So but I don't have anything on this particular item. It has been robustly discussed at this board and in Washoe County. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we're she was talking about us when she said that. We are doing a really, an area-wide area plan, jurisdiction-wide area plan. So it's a much bigger effort, including an EIR, which is a sense not here anymore, but they told us is 18 months right there. Just procedurally. So that's where we're at. Any other comments or questions? APC members? Feeling okay? APC members online, any comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. So for members of the public wishing to comment on item 6B, now's your opportunity. We'll first take comments from members in the room. For members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise hand function at the bottom of your Zoom screen now, and you'll be called upon by a TRPA staff member. Let's go to members in the room. Hello, Ellie.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. The Phase 2 housing amendment presented today for the South Shore Area Plan and basin-wide has TRPA staff stating they recognize these policies are complex. Current definitions of affordable, achievable, etc. further confuse the public, and I hope in the future there'll be a more easy definition to pass on to those that do not understand. Trying to understand average median income as well. In this current process with no cap, I'm hoping to see in the next phases be revisited. The TRPA is pushing 65-foot height, 100% coverage, unlimited density, and minimum to zero parking requirements using the workforce housing term. Again, it gets confusing in discussions. Does this apply to achievable? What is going on? This is just my perspective. In 2021, TRPA began work to identify how the zoning development standards of coverage, height, number of units, density, parking, etc., contributed to the high cost to build housing in the region and had made large single-family homes and luxury residents the most profitable. A 36-page analysis done by Cascadia, which was mentioned, they are a full-service urban planning consulting firm out of Oregon. I think we need to always be reminded and circle back that Tahoe is not a metropolitan area with acres and acres of available land, and possibly conclude that some of these recommendations may not even work in some of the areas of the Tahoe Basin. The consultant's key takeaways, or some of them, were TRPA codes alone are not enough to produce units of affordable housing. It is necessary for the local jurisdictions to have flexibility and, as suggested on site, parking minimums, and so on and so forth. An example of maximum affordability in that study was 20 to 32 units, 590 square feet, unit size, maximum height 4 stories, allowable densities and coverage were to be determined, remove minimum parking, and reduce setbacks by 50%. That feasible income price was 356 to 388K. The family income needed was 111,300. So again, when we're addressing these things for the public that doesn't understand, that don't read reports like I do, like the Cascadia plan, I would like to see some more of this information in staff reports in the future. I want to thank Ms. Morales O'Neill for bringing up that Douglas County isn't really familiar with these things and hasn't participated in the past. And I'm hoping that some of these things will come forward to them as well, maybe as presentations. I know it's not something that gets done regularly, but it would be nice if TRPA staff could come talk to Douglas County so they understand, and maybe invite our planning commissioners to a board of county commissioners so everybody has a better purview and don't just need to listen to my comments about needing to better understand this. And I'm hopeful in the next phase that we can clean up the mobile home replacement 1-for-1 item. It needs a little more specificity because I believe the beach club bought something and deed restricted it and didn't build new. And I think the intent, the overall intent is to get more affordable units on the ground, not just deed restrict another property. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Waller. Anyone else in the room? Seeing none, we can go to public comment online.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 hands raised online. Oh, nope, just it's going up and down. We definitely have 1 hand raised online, and that is Doug Flaherty. Doug, please unmute to make your comment.
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. The staff report IEC fails to sufficiently analyze the effects of wildfire ignitions, inform the public of wildfire risk, including evacuation timing, and does not adequately disclose the increased risk of future area plan and project impacts associated with already existing public peril roadway evacuation capacity, baseline conditions, TRPA, and partner agency approval of individual and cumulative Lake Tahoe Basin regional area plans and projects which increase height, density, and coverage within town centers or otherwise that make it harder for people to escape a deadly wildfire is in violation of the Nevada State Constitution, Article 1.1, inalienable rights, which states all men have certain inalienable rights, among which are pursuing and obtaining safety and happiness. I further point the APC to Regional Plan Goal LU 3.2, which states no person or persons shall develop property so as to endanger the public health, safety, and welfare. I once again place the TahoeCleanAir.org Independent Lake Tahoe Basin Wildfire Evacuation Analysis and letter on the record today, as I did during the TRPA October 24, 2024 Governing Board meeting. The 2024 South Shore Area Plan IEC fails to provide substantial evidence to make a less than significant finding in connection with weather impacts, which are individually limited but cumulatively considerable, and fails to provide substantial evidence to make a no finding as to whether the project may have environmental impacts which will cause substantial adverse impacts or effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly. Therefore, due to substantial new evidence regarding wildfires and Tahoe roadway wildfire evacuation capacity timing, since the 2012 regional plan, the TRPA must prepare a cumulatively comprehensive EIS rather than a desktop IEC in connection with the proposed area plan amendments. Additionally, it appears Douglas County failed to make an application to the TRPA for the proposed area plan amendments, and therefore a dated signature by or on behalf of the applicant attesting under penalty of perjury to the truth, completeness, and accuracy of the contents of the application could not be located, and nor is the IEC that's been provided signed. And finally, I wish to add for the record, in connection with this agenda item, the joint conservation group letter sent to Julie Reagan and the TRPA yesterday on 2/11/25, of which copy can also be located as connected with the agenda item 3 comment we made today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
And the next hand raised is Rob Olson. Rob, please unmute to make your comment.
Hello, my name is Rob Olson. I am an architect, contractor, and real estate broker in Tahoe. I've been living in the Placer County side for 18 years. And I'm in full favor of phase 2 amendments across all 5 counties. I haven't seen any updates from Douglas, so I would agree with them moving forward with them. And I would ask the question, do these amendments favor a developer choosing workforce housing over market rate housing? Do these amendments make a developer favor workforce housing over other kind of developments? And if so, then they would be building workforce housing. And does workforce housing add to the community vibrancy, but also does it limit them coming from outside of the community, driving long distances, which affects air quality and other environmental standards far above what the cost is to actually build the housing? Having locals that work here and appreciate the community and invest in the community is what we need. So please move forward as much as you can on all of these phase 2 amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Mr. Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, I'll close public comment. Mr. Olson had a good comment. Alyssa, do you want to, talk about that at all? I think from my understanding, TRPA and through the Tahoe Living Working Group, which is a subcommittee of APC, actually, this is sort of a phased, that's why phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, although it's not called phase 3 anymore, cultivating communities. This is a phased approach to try to sort of chew this elephant one bite at a time, this affordable housing conundrum, right? Which is a really big, complicated issue for our area. So I guess that's my thought, is that no, right now phase 2 probably doesn't make a developer choose to build affordable housing over market rate. Will phase 3 accomplish that goal? I think that's to be determined. I think that from my discussions with, you and your staff, I think that is one of the goals. I've heard Mr. Hester say, even in a meeting this week, we want to make it easier to build affordable housing than to build market rate housing. So from my understanding, that seems like the goal regionally. Will we get there? Time will tell. But I don't know if you want to say anything more on that.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I think the goal of the phase 2 amendments was to sort of shift the financial incentives in the favor of deed restricted housing. And I think if a developer is going for the highest and best use, it's probably not going to be affordable housing still, even with these amendments. I do think that these amendments made a dent, and we'll hopefully start to see an uptick. I think in the next discussion, we can talk about how Placer County staff have been hearing from developers, private developers who are interested in building deed restricted units. And that's the first time in about 4 decades that they've had interest in that. So I think in general, we still have a lot more work to do, but these take a step in the right direction.
Just, excuse me, John Hester, just to add to that for Mr. Olson. Some of the issues in phase 3 are a large residential unit, which a developer, a builder can get more of a return on, requires the same development rights and the same fees as a smaller unit. And so that would automatically, that part of our system favors doing larger, less affordable units. And so those kind of changes are needed, as well as what this phase 2 does. And those are what we're looking at in phase 3.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Eric?
I think this is all right on point. I appreciate Alyssa's answer that we might not be creating a new highest and best use, but that's not what we were trying to do. What we were trying to do was look at ourselves and say, what is our part of this bigger comprehensive problem? This housing issue is not just a TRPA issue. It's a very complex economic planning environmental issue. And our rules, our codes and regulations have a role to play in that issue. And what we did was we hired somebody and we looked upon ourselves and we said, what can we do to affect this issue? It's like a relationship. At some point, you got to look at yourselves and say, how am I the problem? Well, how am I contributing to this problem? Right? And that's what we did. And we're trying to remove those barriers that we established to the degree that we can. We're going to look for more. But really, this is just an exercise of saying, what can we do? Our little part of this. And it's gonna take others, and it takes people like apparently Placer County has found, and we're getting the same calls in Washoe County of groups and investors who are willing to say, okay, I'm not reaching for that so-called highest and best use. I actually do want to do employee housing, or I want to do these because that's what my company is about, or that's whatever it is. We're starting to see that. But with the rules as they are now, those people just turn around and walk away. What we're trying to do is just to keep them in the room a little bit while longer, keep them working on the problem a little bit while longer, and see if they can get there. Because as it is right now, our rules cause them to just turn around and walk away. So that's what this is about. It is, in my opinion, a very small but very big step forward. So let's keep our heads around what it's actually going to achieve. We don't know yet, but we are taking responsibility for our part of the problem, so to speak. So I think this is a good step forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Hitch?
For the record, John Hitchcock, I think we're the first jurisdiction to adopt the phase 2 amendments. And since December, at least our experience, we have met with various local developers, particularly in the district that we added to the Tahoe Valley Town Center, who are actually interested in developing achievable housing units. I don't think we're gonna get affordable housing out of it. We will get achievable housing out of it, but also at the same time, because we also have the inclusionary housing ordinance, we're also then gonna get units that likely will be built out of that. So we think the program is gonna be successful, and we'll report out if something happens, but at least from our experience, there seems to be some movement in that arena.
Great. That's good to hear. Yeah, let us know how the stormwater requirement affects things.
Oh, actually, I should have brought that up. And the reason that I think this project likely go forward is because it is within the vicinity of the city's Tahoe Valley Greenbelt Stormwater Project. So there's opportunity for this developer actually to plumb into our system and get the benefits that are available as part of the phase 2 amendments.
That's the key right there. That's good. Okay. Crystal, did you have something?
I was just gonna point out, I mean, Alyssa already stated this, but we are seeing a lot of interest ourselves, and I was gonna bring that up at the next item, but a lot of people very excited to take advantage of the phase 2 housing amendments and kind of pushing Placer to get there. So just wanted to note that.
Don't steal them all. Save some for poor little El Dorado someday. In a couple of years. Yeah. Okay, we have 2 motions to make. I think we're there. Does anyone care to make the first motion?
I'm able to do that. I'll make a motion to recommend approval of the required findings as described in attachment C, including a finding of no significant effect for adoption of the area plan amendment as described in the staff summary.
Thank you, Eric.
Second.
Hitch has a second. Thank you. So Tracy, will go to you for a roll call vote, please.
Mr. McNamara,
I vote yes.
Ms. Marulis O'Neill,
Yes.
Mr. Hitchcock,
Yes.
Mr. Drake,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson,
Yes.
Mr. Teixeira,
Yes.
Ms. Carr,
Yes.
Mr. Orling, I believe we've lost Mr. Orling. Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Stala,
Yes.
Ms. Cyber,
Yes.
Mr. Ferry.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you, Tracy. Motion 2, anyone?
I'll do motion 2.
Kate, thanks.
A motion to recommend adoption of ordinance 2025-TBA, amending ordinance 2013-05 to amend the Douglas County South Shore Area Plan as shown in attachment A.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. And we have Mr. Young for a second. And I'll go back to you, Tracy, for a roll call vote.
Ms. Stala,
Yes.
Ms. Cyber,
Yes.
Mr. Young? Mr. Teixeira?
Yes.
Ms. Carr?
Yes.
Mr. Drake?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson?
Yes.
Mr. McNamara?
Yes.
Ms. Barolas O'Neill? Mr. Hitchcock?
Yes.
And Mr. Ferry?
Yes.
A motion also passes.
Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate it. Okay. Alyssa doesn't have to go far. We're gonna move on to item 6C. This is a discussion and possible recommendation of amendments to Placer County's Tahoe Basin Area Plan to implement the Phase 2 housing amendments, which provide more flexible development standards for deed restricted, affordable, and workforce housing in town centers and areas zoned for multifamily. Information can be found on page 213 of your packet, and I'll go back to Alyssa for this presentation.
Thank you. And I am going to be even more brief on this presentation than I was on the previous item. Again, this is a similar action amending the Placer County's Tahoe Basin Area Plan to implement the Phase 2 housing amendments. Next slide. I'm again going to keep this very short because most of the information that I said in the last item applies to this item as well. We gave Placer County the same 3 options. Placer County Board of Supervisors has not adopted these amendments, although they did take action last week to move forward with adoption or with the CEQA analysis to adopt these changes into their area plan. Unlike Douglas County, Placer County has to go through a CEQA analysis in order to adopt these amendments. And so they have another step that they have to take. So Placer County has submitted a notice of intent to amend their area plan. And so our staff will be working closely with them over the next few months to make sure that that happens. But basically, we were asking for your recommendation of approval to these amendments today. They would, if we get that from you, we would move forward with Douglas County's amendments to our March governing board meeting for both those amendment packages. And then Placer County would take action, I believe, by the end of the year. They're expecting to amend or to get Board of Supervisors approval of the amendments. So with that, actually, I'll go to the next slide. And I will pass it back to you for questions.
Thanks, Alyssa. Crystal, do you want to say anything to supplement?
Yeah, I'll just say, we had initially thought we were going to be going to our board last fall for sort of their direction on it, and it got pushed out for a number of different reasons. We had a lot of items lined up for the board, but so we did go on last week, February 4th, and discussed it with our board as part of priority setting for our long range program, and they did direct us to move forward to opt in. We're going to be doing CEQA analysis on that. So we actually are started on, not the analysis yet, but started on working with a consultant to get under contract for that work. And do expect that it would be done by hopefully the end of the calendar year. I did want to mention Emily Setzer. She is our housing staff here in Tahoe. She will be leading that effort and can answer any questions if anybody has questions for her.
Thanks for that additional context. Ashley, did you have something?
Yeah, it was more just a question on sort of order of operations. Since you guys still have to go through CEQA for this project here, is there, when you go through that CEQA analysis, and I'm not, totally sure what level of analysis you think that it's going to end up being, but a lot of times it involves analyzing alternatives and things like that. Would there be a chance that what comes out of that would be, I'm just curious if you still have to go through a different approval process that's going to have to look at alternatives and stuff, would it then come back here if what came out of that CEQA analysis was not exactly what was proposed here?
It's a good question. We are currently scoping it, so I can't tell you right now with certainty what the document is going to look like what, whether or not it's an EIR or addendum or, what that looks like. But we are not proposing anything above what is included in the Phase 2. So we're opting in. I would think the only thing that could potentially come out of it would be an alternative that is less impactful, right? So I don't know that I have an answer to that part. I think what we're proposing and bringing forward is what TRPA has approved through their phase 2 housing amendments. It's a good question.
And we did obviously do the required environmental analysis for our approval process. And we use that as sort of a determination of whether additional environmental analysis would be needed. We go through that IEC process and determine if there are any impacts that need to be further analyzed. And as part of that process, we did, our consultant provided answers to CEQA questions to help kind of speed up the process for Placer County. And so I don't think based on the results of that IEC and that analysis, there weren't any impacts that we felt like could be potentially significant and that should be further addressed. But that's obviously something that, Placer County will look further at when they go through their process.
Yeah. I mean, I think if we were again, this is Crystal Jacobson for the record, if we were proposing something different, it certainly would have to come before the TRPA governing board, Planning Commission and governing board. But at this point, we're not. If our board were to land on something like perhaps there were some of the amendments that they didn't want to adopt, then essentially we're kind of in this out of compliance. So I don't know, it might be a question for TRPA council or staff.
Conceivably, you could end up with a different alternative and that would put you in the opt-out category. And assuming just like you gave us the notice of intent, you'd say our notice of intent is based on this CEQA analysis to opt out and do something different. We still would anticipate they adopt changes that are equal to or better than what we came up with to make housing more affordable. So I guess, in a conceptual world, that could happen and there's a way to deal with it. I don't know that, like Alyssa said, I think we feel like we did a pretty good analysis that will preclude that, but.
Yeah, and again, Crystal Jacobson, we appreciate the analysis and we will be utilizing it as much as we can. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ashley. Is Placer County going to do any additional public engagement beyond what CEQA would require you to do?
I'm going to ask Emily she's working on the scope for the work program. So I'm going to have her speak to that.
Okay.
Emily Setzer, Principal Planner with Placer County. We will be following whatever requirements CEQA requires based off the type of document we proceed with. We also will be going to our Planning Commission and to our Board of Supervisors. We will be also going to our Tahoe Municipal Advisory Commission. So that is at a minimum 3 different opportunities for public outreach as part of this process. So that's what I'm anticipating at this point.
Got it. Sounds like a good amount. Okay. APC members online, any comments, questions? Everybody's feeling good? Any
I'll
final
hold off
thoughts?
until after public comment.
Okay, Kevin, thank you. I'll go to public comment now then. So we'll go to public comment on item 6C. We'll first go to participants in the room and then to members online. Again, for public members on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your Zoom screen now to raise your hand. You'll be called upon by a TRPA staff member. First, we'll go to in the room, public comments on item 6C. Ms. Setzer.
Emily Setzer again. Just wanted to say that we do look forward we look forward to further cooperating to advance any economic incentives we can create that would encourage workforce and achievable housing in our region. Like was mentioned before, it will take more than these to really convert developers from market rate luxury homes and condos to achievable housing, but we are starting to see progress in that regard. We are hoping to look forward to more updates to coverage allowances and development rights updates through the next phase of the cultivating communities process. Like Crystal said, we will be proceeding with these amendments, opting in, anticipating the Board of Supervisors consideration and approval by the end of this year. I will speak on behalf of a few private small developments who have contacted us. They are the first housing developments from the private sector that we have seen in probably close to 50 years in North Tahoe, trying to come forward and build housing specifically for our workforce. These are developments typically under 15 units. They are utilizing the changes we made in the last round of Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments, and then also looking forward to this next phase to help get their projects to pencil. So that is really kind of a momentous occasion, because we know that for affordable housing, we will always need to provide significant subsidies. But for more of that moderate income and the higher end of that achievable designation, it is quite exciting to see the private sector come forward. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. Ms. Waller.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. Just curious, I'm not part of the litigation with Placer County. I just didn't know if it did have any impact or bearing on the decision-making today. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to answer that, Graham.
Yeah, I can speak to that. This is Graham St. Michel. The answer is it does not. The TRPA is really this is our own action. As we've been talking about, we did the IEC it was December of 2023. That really was like the underlying analysis for all of these phase 2 amendments. The fact that there may be litigation going on in Placer County, I'm not quite sure of all the details of what that lawsuit is challenging. As far as I know, there's been no, even if we were somehow sort of brought into that, there's case law that talks about when a court does not issue an injunction in a CEQA lawsuit, we assume that it's the status quo and that we go forward. So I don't think there's been any kind of an injunction issued in the Placer County litigation. So kind of an extra layer there of why we really don't need to hold up TRPA's action on that front.
Perfect. Thank you. Crystal?
Yeah, Crystal Jacobson for the record. I'm not aware of an injunction, but I definitely was not prepared to speak to the ongoing litigation today. So thanks.
Thank you. You didn't bring your lawyer with you. And I don't see anyone else in the room, so we will go online. Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 hands raised online. First hand up is Doug Flaherty. Doug, please unmute to make your comment.
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. I once again placed the TahoeCleanAir.org independent Lake Tahoe Basin wildfire evacuation analysis on the record today, as I did during the TRPA October 24, 2024 governing board meeting. The project IEC fails to comply with CEQA, this as detailed in the attached letter sent to the TRPA by our attorney, Don Mooney, on February 27th, 2024. It's part of my written comment. The project study mitigation declaration IEC FONSI contained in the staff report fails to sufficiently analyze the effects of wildfire additions, inform the public of wildfire risk, including evacuation timing, and does not adequately disclose the increased risk of future area plan and project impacts associated with already existing public peril roadway evacuation capacity baseline conditions. This is in violation of CEQA. The IEC is also counter to new information as decided by State of California First Appellate Division 4, people of the State of California, Attorney General Rob Bonta versus the County of Lake. Neither the TRPA, its regional plan government partners, or any developer should be allowed to make it harder for people to escape deadly wildfires. Staff report IEC items 76 and 77 rely heavily on fuels reduction in a wildfire evacuation plan that does not analyze roadway evacuation capacity timing. And again, this is counter to Bonta versus County of Lake. And finally, regardless of what your attorney just said, there appears to, TRPA and Placer County appear to be participating in a possible scheme to circumvent CEQA. While further evidence may need to be uncovered in order to further illustrate this possible scheme, the fact that TRPA is an associated federal agency, this consideration may indicate a possible violation of RICO, the RICO Act, and should be thoroughly investigated. And finally, I want to say that I hope that the APC and the governing board finally come to grips with the realities of the limited roadway capacity, evacuation capacity here in the Tahoe Basin in case of a major wildfire. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
And the next hand raise is Rob Olson. Rob, please unmute to make your comment.
Hello again, Rob Olson, Placer County resident, Tahoe City business owner. And I've been in support of the Phase 2 amendments. I am on the Tahoe Living Working Group working on the Phase 3. I didn't get a chance to work on Phase 2, but did audit some of their meetings. And these amendments are smart. They're really geared towards workforce housing. I agree with some of your comments on the Douglas County item that, yes, they aren't the end all be all. We still need Phase 3. We need more programs and other things. They are a helpful start. Myself as a local developer that is community minded, they help the projects make sense where we can consider doing workforce housing compared to market rate projects. And that's what we should be encouraging. We should be encouraging locals to build projects for locals. And if people are living locally and taking public transportation to work or walking to work or ride sharing or taking, other kind of bikes and stuff to work, that is a good thing. There's plenty of other things to criticize government, local or national about. This is not one of them. This is about getting people to live here. It's about putting heads on beds that are permanent residents. That's the simple fact. And it is so tragic that people want to sue people about trying to do the right thing. Again, plenty of other things to critique. If the deed restrictions are allowing someone that's going to have a second home and they're making $2 million a year, we need to look at the deed restriction program and what the paperwork is. Totally good critique. I don't want to be competing with some other developer that's going to be circumventing what the rules are. 100%. Let's look at that. But as drafted, these amendments aren't trying to make loopholes for people to have a second home and say that they're an employee. And that's just conflating the issue for whatever gains I don't understand. We need housing. We desperately need it. Move forward with Phase 2 amendments and move forward with Phase 3. Any other programs, keep moving, keep moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Mr. Chair, there are no more hands raised to comment.
Thanks, Catherine. I'll close public comment. Staff want to respond to any public comments?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask our legal counsel to confirm the fact that TRPA is not a federal agency.
Yeah, that's correct. We're a bi-state agency. We're not technically a federal agency. We're not an agency of either state. Thank you. There's one thing I want to just clarify, that just a comment that I made that I want clear for the record, that I referred to the IEC that was done for the Phase 2 amendments in 2023 when they were adopted, and all the work that was done for the policies in 2023. That IEC and that work all assumed, this policy of implementing all of this in area plans within a year. That was all assumed in the IEC and the environmental analysis back then. However, just to clear for the record that we do, for both the Douglas County and Placer County, we have additional IECs to talk about bringing these Phase 2 amendments into these area plans. So just wanted to make sure that that wasn't confused the way I said it.
Thank you for that clarification. Layers of IECs. Any final thoughts from anyone? Okay, we have two motions on the screen. We've seen something very similar to these. Anyone care to make the first motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thanks, John.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of the required findings as described in attachment C, including a finding of no significant effect for adoption of the area plan amendment as described in the staff summary.
Second?
Thank you, John. We have a second from Kate. And I'll go to you, Tracy, when you're ready for a roll call vote.
Mr. McNamara,
Yes.
Ms. Marolas O'Neill,
Yes.
Mr. Hitchcock,
Yes.
Mr. Drake,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson,
Yes.
Mr. Teixeira,
Yes.
Ms. Carr,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Stala,
Yes.
Ms. Cyber,
Yes.
Mr. Ferry.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Tracy. All right, second motion.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend adoption of ordinance 2025 to be determined, amending ordinance 2024-01 to amend the Placer County Tahoe Basin Area Plan as shown in attachment A.
Second?
Thank you, John. Thank you, Kate, on the second, and back to you, Tracy.
Ms. Stala,
Yes.
Ms. Cyber,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mr. Teixeira,
Yes.
Ms. Carr,
Yes.
Mr. Drake,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Mr. McNamara,
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson,
Yes.
Ms. Marolas O'Neill,
Yes.
Mr. Hitchcock,
Yes.
and Mr. Ferry.
Yes.
That motion also passes.
Thank you, Tracy. Congratulations, Placer County. Good luck in your CEQA endeavors. And thank you, Alyssa. We let you off fairly easily, I'd say. Okay, that moves us to, I believe Ms. Stoller's gonna depart. Thank you. Take us to item 7. This is reports. And first I'll go to Mr. Hester for the executive director report, including upcoming topics.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Hester. You probably heard Homewood was approved by the board. I think that was the last action you took that went to the board. For upcoming events in March, we have tentatively scheduled the allocation distribution and the 2023 threshold evaluation draft release. Also that afternoon, I think it's March 12th, the local government committee will convene to look at historic resources and aesthetics. So those of you on the APC who are local government staff may want to put the whole day on your calendar. In April, I know you're going to hate to hear this, but we have no items. And okay, we're giving you a spring break in April, late spring, I guess. But the local government committee that month, not sure on the date yet, will be meeting to discuss plastic bags and bottles. In May, tentatively scheduled regional transportation plan and the environmental documentation that goes with that. In June, the threshold evaluation. Also in June, the local government committee will be meeting on building codes. And also either May or June, the Tahoe Living Working Group update on where they are will come to you. And for those members who are new or don't recall, the Tahoe Living Working Group is a subcommittee of APC that includes board members and other members of the public. Your chair is the chair of that group, and Ms. Setzer, unless she guessed she left, she's the new vice chair. So that's my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Any questions for John? Okay, Graham, on to you for the general counsel report.
I'll try to go quick. I had on my notes as well, just to touch on Homewood, and I'll embellish John's comments a little more. I mean, just a big thanks to everybody here. I think I'd speak for staff for my own self, the discussion that we had and everybody's engagement, getting through that long meeting was really, it was a lot of great work from everybody and well worth it. I think, I feel the feedback we got at the end of when the governing board approved it, we heard applause throughout the room. You'll recall it was a very contentious, sort of item. It was the same at the governing board, but the, Keep Homewood Public members were here and well supported, and they seemed pleased with the outcome. And we heard feedback from APC at that meeting that, we took into account. We went back and refined it over the holidays and or after that meeting. So we used your input. And the only other thing I wanted to point out was there was a comment about having APC, the work that you guys do and bringing that to the governing board. We were able to take the video link of our meetings and we annotated all the different parts of the discussion so that was such a long meeting, and we were able to give that to the governing board. So if they wanted to sort of go right to the part where we discussed certain part of public access or fire issues, they had that work from us, and I think that really helped make that meeting go effectively and a good outcome. We continue to pursue legal remedies against an operator of unpermitted boat rental concession operating in Lake Tahoe. Last week, we filed a motion to show causes why this defendant should not be held in contempt of court for violating a court order that prohibited the defendant from continuing to operate. We have a watercraft enforcement team that continued to collect evidence last summer that this outfit continued to operate despite this court order. So we're hoping that before this next season, the court may find this person in contempt, and that will give law enforcement, we think law enforcement will be able to take a lot more direct and strict action when we report that to law enforcement. And you all may have heard about the cease and desist letter that TRPA issued to Barton on the site regarding discharges from BMP. I did want to touch on that. There was comment here at the beginning of the meeting. We are taking that seriously and monitoring that site. We issued that cease and desist on a Saturday during a storm, so we're being very proactive. In terms of the sheriff and sending police, we don't do that. TRPA is not doing that. Barton sent us a letter saying that they think someone was tampering with some of their BMPs, and that was reported to Douglas County Sheriff, and that's not something that TRPA is driving. And last point I just want to mention is that last month, the governing board approved sort of updates to open meeting procedures here at TRPA, sort of behind the scenes things but it's all an effort to sort of keep our meetings, including APC meeting, running compliance with more alignment with the state open meeting laws. Hopefully won't have to see that, but it's a little update from behind the scenes.
Thank you, Graham. Any questions for Graham? Okay, cool. Now it's our turn. If anyone has an update they'd like to share that's relevant, I'll just go in the room first to Crystal.
I do have one. Crystal Jacobson, for the record. Placer County is holding a virtual town hall meeting on actually tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Information is posted on our board website, so you can find it there. But it's related to the Highway 89 and 267 transit priority lane plan. So this is sort of adaptive management of those highways, which is something we've been talking about and analyzing for some time. So excited to see that progress in terms of getting some public input on that. And then also parking management updates. So we've been implementing parking management program in the Tahoe area, and so we'll be updating on that progress.
Awesome, thank you. Ashley?
Yeah, I guess maybe I will just make the blanket statement that our timelines for projects, examples being Lake Tahoe West, e-bikes, our Caldor restoration project, approvals for some other various erosion control projects. It is unknown at this point what those timelines will be adjusted for. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
There's probably a lot more that can be said, but thank you. Thanks, Eric, or on to you, Eric.
I'll just reiterate that Washoe County is working on our phase 2 amendments. We've got a couple ideas to respond from the community input that we've heard. I think that our community members seem to be significantly interested in the phase 2 amendments. And so we're working through what those mean and what they are and what potential alternatives can be. And those will be coming forward in a larger package of area plan amendments. Maybe just over the threshold of cleanup. We've got a few things that we discovered from our original area plan adoption that are truly cleanup, but then there's a handful of other simple things. And we're working on that. And I think that we'll be bringing that forward to you this summer.
Nice. Great. Steve?
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Steve. Robert?
Nothing. Thank you.
All right.
Happy to join you guys.
Than's for being here.
Thanks for the pizza. Maybe if we have that right at breakfast, stuff will go quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Pitch?
Well, just a couple of things. We did receive an application from Novin Development to develop a 70-unit affordable housing project at 3900 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. We're hoping to take that to Planning Commission in March. Right behind 7-Eleven at the Pioneer Triangle. And then Alpine Estates, which is a 90-unit achievable housing project, seems to be gaining steam. So hopefully something will happen with that in the next couple months. This one, it's the CTC parcel asset line over by the Y. And then our Midtown area plan is going well. We're reporting out to City Council on April 22nd on the findings that we've received through the public workshops.
Great. Good for you. Kate, sorry we put you through the ringer earlier. You're
That's
still here, though?
okay. If you look at me, I've got a lot of thick skin to protect myself, so I have no problem. Douglas County is in the early stages of working and creating our Tahoe Douglas area plan. This is another project that I don't know what happened 10, 11 years ago, but a lot of it was worked on. I mean, so much work went into it. And I'm going to touch on another thing that Mr. Teixeira mentioned was, my educated guess is I think the relationship between the county and TRPA, let's say, was probably strained in the past. Since I've been working with TRPA over the last couple of years, my relationship with staff and communication, it began with Jen Self and Jacob Stock, and I've worked a lot with Jacob, Alyssa. I mean, there's so many people, Paul, that I feel like that we've bridged this gap that I think was there. But I'm feeling much healthier about the relationship between Douglas County, and I do think that it's something that we continue to work for so that Douglas County Commission, Board of County Commissioners, and the Planning Commission, and they work that they do on projects in the basin, that is acknowledged and respected, because they do look at the same documents. Some of them live here in the basin. So, but I'm happy to see, that relationship has been, I think, healed, and I think we're going in the right direction. I feel really good. And I've worked really well with the staff, and I appreciate that.
Kudos to you for that. Good job. That's nice to hear. Okay, online, I'm going to go to Miss Carr first.
All right, thank you. Super quick. So for those that don't know me very well, my day job is as administrator of the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. And to key off of the original comments from the beginning of the day today, as well as Graham's mentioning of the cease and desist related to stormwater controls at Barton, I just wanted to add that our staff and our stormwater program were up there yesterday. And Barton was working on the site, and we sent them some follow-up items that we wanted them to get done before this storm that's coming now. And so I just wanted to let folks know that I did ping my staff during the meeting today and got an answer on the repair of those BMPs to bolster them before this activity that we'll get tonight. Thanks.
Thank you for doing that, Jennifer. Mr. McNamara.
Yeah, I just one comment, and I've made it before a couple of months ago about outreach. I know it's kind of humorous sometimes, but to hear the same couple of public comments from the same people month after month, can we possibly consider doing an outreach meeting with them to let them know that we're all on the same page? It just seems wasted time at meetings, and I think if they could hear another perspective, it might be helpful to everybody. That's it.
That's a good idea. We'll talk about that.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Drake.
No updates. I'll just kind of dovetailing on Graham's comment. I agree that last month's meeting regarding Homewood Master Plan was one of the most effective, thorough, balanced discussions that we've had since I've been on the APC. And I had follow-up conversations with both the project proponent and one of the watchdog groups. And, you know, everybody felt heard, and I felt like it was civil despite the tension. So I think the outcome we got is exactly what we should have gotten to. And I was really proud of our committee for the patience it took to work through it. And also thanks Graham for all the kind of the coaching and clarification along the way, because that was a sticky one. So thanks.
Yeah, agreed. Give us all a pat on the back. We deserve it every now and again. I don't have much. We've done a little reorganization in our office, and I'll just say we do have some more staff focused on Tahoe, which is great. You know, I think through the 2008 downturn and then COVID, we definitely lost staff and have been farming services out of our Placerville office. And from my opinion, and I think others might share it, I think if you live here and you work here, you're more invested in your community, and I think it's easier to do a better job for the customer. So well, I think we're seeing that, and I'm proud to say that we have that service now. When you walk up our stairs, someone will be sitting there for once. Simple things like that, instead of hello, does anyone work here? So that's great. And I gave you my update on the TED, which is our area plan. We're working really hard on that, and we're really in the thick of it right now. So you'll see something not for a little while from us, but know that we are working hard on that. And that closes our reports. Did you have one go back? Microphone.
Eric Young, Mr. I think that some of the discussion I've heard has to do with TRPA 101 that I've been attending, that your staff is putting on, about getting to know better what's going on. John, maybe you would like to give a pitch for that, because it's really worthwhile. I've trying to get as many Washoe County staff to watch it as possible and to tune in. It's a series that is really worth all of us tuning into. And I think we shouldn't leave today without a pitch for it.
Okay, time for the pitch. Thank you, Eric. We've been recording webinars. TRPA 101 was kind of oriented to the unique nature of TRPA as a bi-state agency, and have questions at the end, and all of that's recorded. And then the second one we had this week, was called Planning 101, and it was kind of comparing how planning is done generally to what TRPA does. And we have another one coming up in the next month called Development Rights. I believe it's Development Rights or Growth Management. I can't remember which title, but it's about the growth management system here in the basin. And if you have comments or ideas for other ones, or even if you want to be part of them, we're happy to do it. It's just to kind of get everybody up to speed on this unique organization and some of the unique things that we do. They're online. They're online. Yeah,
TahoeLiving.org.
what she said.
Thank you, Catherine. TahoeLiving.org.
John, this is Ashley Cyber for the record. I was just going to say that there always is and will continue to be, but it may be helpful if we had a similar webinar that talked about the differences between TRPA planning, Forest Service planning, CEQA, TRPA, NEPA, CEQA, type of a discussion, because there's mass confusion even amongst us planners.
We will put that in the upper and perhaps tap your expertise to help us with that. Thanks.
Yeah, good idea. And, if folks are interested in the housing conversation, the cultivating communities process is happening. And like we at El Dorado County have been talking to TRPA about potential things to focus on through that process or add to that process. So that's been encouraging to be able to have those conversations. Just make that plug. And get ready. Here we go to item 8. This is our final public interest comment section. Just, let's see, I'm going to summarize the meeting rules really quickly. So first we'll go to members of the public in the room. Please come to the podium. And then we'll go to members of the public who are participating via Zoom. You can go ahead and use the raise hand button now at the bottom of your Zoom screen if you'd like to make a comment. And please be aware that the APC is prohibited from taking action on non-agenda items. Am I good there, Graham? Good enough? Okay. Hello again, Ellie.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I want to thank Ms. Carr. Shout out that NDPE is looking at the BMP issues and trying to get them on track at the Barton site. And that's the beginning of my comment. Now that the Barton environmental scoping period has closed and the EIA review has begun, I sincerely hope the environmental assessment determines without a doubt that a joint EIR-EIS is necessary as the project is a dual campus operation, as stated often between California and Nevada. It is time to do something different maybe with this process and bring the right stakeholders to the table and require a dual campus master plan facility be completed so we can have a really good project description evolve. Yes, many elements need to be taken in consideration, and that should be done through well-crafted alternatives, cumulative impacts, code compliance, maintaining special use permit requirements, what services should be in California and what should be in Nevada to make this a successful bi-state South Shore project. June 2024, a presentation went to the Regional Plan Committee with an initial checklist, which demonstrated that an EA was required. That was a good decision. The bifurcation from the South Shore Area Plan, what I call Amendment Package 1, allows the hospital and the healthcare district being proposed in Nevada to rise to the level of importance of significant impacts that may or may not be mitigatable, significant but unavoidable in some of these for a magnitude of this project really should be done at the EIR-EIS level, in my opinion. In my notes, just as a refresher to myself, is what the difference between an EA and an EIS is. I don't need to go over that. Here's why I believe an EIR and possibly, or excuse me, an EIS is necessary, or possibly an EIR-EIS is the Latitude 39 project, which was TRPA consent item until removed. In my opinion, the magnitude and size of that should have required an EA. A request of a governing board member was denied to revisit analysis of a too close call on VMT. It was a 9-5 vote. Next, the Event Center, another project with extraordinary measures to protect vehicle miles traveled, a vision that produced no parking at that site. I believe that should have been elevated again to the next level in environmental analysis. Let's analyze this correctly right out of the gate. There's no denying that this is a dual campus bi-state project. We talked the invisible state line. Let's evaluate it that way. It can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Seeing no other members in the room, I'll go to you, Catherine, for any members online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One hand raised online. Doug Flaherty, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. First of all, we all have roles, and Mr. Graham's role is one. Mr. Teixeira's my role. We all have roles, and I think we need to respect those. As far as I don't know of anybody who's against workforce housing that doesn't have a significant environmental impact. Want to talk quickly about Mr. Young's comment that the Washoe County issues coming forward on their area plans are minor. I can assure you that adding a couple of thousand ADUs, regardless of whether they're deed restricted or not, are going to impact the evacuation times out of Washoe County, which are currently admitted by the county to be 6 hours. So Mr. Young and the county can expect a deep, steep climb to achieve some of these proposals that we're hearing about. Second of all, with regards to the member who stated that it was a waste of time for the same people to come up here every meeting and say the same things, I guess he should educate himself on the fact that it's really important that we all go on the record every single time. So when we do get to a lawsuit, we're on the record. If you think it's a waste of time, hey, go have another slice of pizza and sit the meeting out. Third, with regards to Mr. Teixeira's comments about a federal agency, you don't have to be a federal agency to be involved of legal action against you for participating in a scheme to circumvent state law. Any government agency that participates in a scheme to circumvent state law, whether it's CEQA or to protect the Nevadans' rights of the state constitution for public safety, just you don't have to be a federal agency. So I mentioned that probably in slight error because it narrowed the field as to what types of agencies could be found guilty of either conspiracy, if the agency conspired with others to violate state law, obstruction of justice, if they interfered with the enforcement of state laws like CEQA or the state constitution, and civil rights violations if the action deprived individuals of their rights under state law. This could be included. So these aren't threats, they're discussions. If the discussions are too poignant or it's not what you want to hear, hey, get up and have another piece of pizza. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay, we'll close that public comment period and we're on to item 9. Could I please have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Thank you, Steve. And we are adjourned. It is 2:27. Thanks for hanging in there on a long meeting. Good luck with the snowstorm.